A very warm good morning to all our students of Karnataka State Open University. I welcome you all to this session. Today's 16/7/2022 22 online classes through all the open elective students. So far, in this platform, there are more than 300 and plus students from the different variegated subjects. There are different division students from history, from science, from chemistry, and all divisions of students of entire Karnataka State Open University student. I must tell you one thing that today this is a class which segregates, which culminates rather of all the different section of students, heterogeneous group. I meant to say heterogeneous group because we do not have the kind of the common the age group students we have from different age group student. And I must tell you, this open elective has its own nuances. Open elective has its own kind of the vaisistya, what we say in Kannada. The purpose of introducing these open elective classes to just familiarize with all sorts of students should be amalgamated, should be one in the oneness voice that everybody should be familiar with. And this is also another reason, another yardstick that which leads to the choice based credit system. The first time the R University introducing this mode, the choice based credit system. So here, so open electives is one of the component. For instance, I must tell you, there are many students apart from literature have joined this program to just study the renowned, the kind of the unique, the characteristic features, unique features of this the paper, the Indian literature. So there is the substance. There is a question. What do you mean by Indian literature? What are you going to study in this paper? For example, you have different writers. We have introduced, keeping in the mind, the great writers of Indian literature. When you talk about Indian literature, we have the poetry, prose, novel, drama, and autobiographies, and many other literary genre. Literary genre means sahitya prakaragalu. What do you say? The different types of literary text, for instance. And today's class, that is open elective, which talks about the Indian literature in particular. We have Kalidasa's Shakuntala, the which carries certain Indian culture, heritage, the literary merit, literary artistic qualities of plays. Because when we talk about the genesis of Indian plays, Indian literature, the Kalidasas, Shakuntala, and Sudraka's Mrichakatika, which are there in the block one, are become a very, very indispensable, become very, very crucial literary text. So, dear student, you are going to study in the first block, that is Kalidasa's Shakuntala and Shudraka's Mrichakatika. Talk about in the block two, we have Jawaharlal Nehru's an autobiography. So there are plays and there is one autobiography. And Ram Mohan Roy's letter to Lord Amherst. And Macaulay's minutes on Indian education. And Vivekananda's address to the Parliament of Religions. So these are the important literary texts that you're going to study in the first the open elective, that is Indian literature 1 in the semester first. So this paper is introduced by the department. So hi, Dr. Nataraju, the chairman of English department. I'm very happy to invite all different the division, the different department students who are gathered in this platform. And then so what is the fundamental the ethics, the moralities, the fundamental substances to introduce this paper? Just you all should be introduced and should understand the genesis of drama and the playwrights in Indian continent, in the Indian literature. And then how this Shakuntala and Mrichakatika texts, there they create an awareness on the importance of literature in India in specific. And after that, so how to evaluate Lord Macaulay's and Raja Ram Mohan Roy as an English writer, English prose writer. And we have the role of autobiographies in Indian writing in English. In this today's class, I'm going to take up a text called Nehru's an Autobiography. Nehru's an Autobiography. It is a very important text. It is a classic of the world literary history, especially even in the Indian continent also. Mahatma Gandhi's autobiography and Nehru's autobiography, they're considered as a classic text in Indian literature as such. So, what do you mean by autobiography? What autobiographies they project? What is the intention of writing autobiographies? For instance, autobiography, it's a memoir. It documents the personal history of a writer. For example, today we have this text called Nehru's an autobiography. This is the text. Hope all of you are looking at the text. It is such a voluminous, such a bulky a text which captures Nehru's the political life, Nehru's childhood memories, how and his eclectic education, for instance, in Harvard and Cambridge universities, and how Nehru developed as an individual, as a political leader, as a reformer, and as a prime minister of India. Okay, after the independence. So Nehru, in his autobiography, he documents all this component, all this entire his life story from childhood to his the married life, and after that his the political intervention, how he's plunged into the political movement, and how he led the India into the better the facet, and how and what are these experiences in jail when he was there, and the Naini prisons and other episode that he describes here. So I told you autobiography. It is a memoir. It is a memoir, and is a it is a diary, maybe grouped together as a literature of personal revelation. So probably after one read about his own personality, his own major, his own incident which is captured in autobiography, probably it takes a different relevation of over the years. So it is a history or a connected narrative of a person's life. So I tell you, it is a history, it is a person's life, an event of his life written by himself. So all the autobiographies, they are written by their own by themselves. So, for example, the best autobiographies in the world, as we see, it is like Saint Augustine's and M.K. Gandhi's autobiographies are the world famous, the famous literary text. Sorry for the little intervention. So I was talking about the role of autobiographies, especially in the Indian scenario as such. And then, so here I must tell you what actually are Nehru's intention as a writer. How do we figure Nehru as a great writer? See, the great leaders and personalities are not someone born with extra limbs or brains or potentialities. Everybody with born with the same the idea, the same talent and everything. So if that's the case, then how Nehru has born with a different personality, who has become a role model in the history of world literature. And then they are born as ordinary human beings like any others, but through their hard work and dedication. So all the great personalities, they have all the same the kind of trajectories, the hardship of life, and a fine day they they become a renowned figure. So that indicate their hard work, that indicate their dedication, and they achieved great things in life. So more importantly, their achievements have proved beneficial to humanity as a whole. So, in this context, we can always remember Nehru is such a hard worker, as a dedicated, the politician and a student, and a responsible the politician in the in Indian continent. That what we have seen here. And coming back to this text, that is Nehru's an autobiography. What does it document? What does he write? See, every time, for example, what does he says in this preface? He writes that. The autobiographical narrative remains a sketchy, personal, and incomplete account of past, verging on the present but cautiously avoiding contact with it. So autobiography, it is written in a very candid and the approach. It is a frank and a candid approach which any writer, the whoever tried to write an autobiography, who decides to write. So here he says this autobiography, it is written in a candid the way. He expressed everything, whatever that come across in his life. For instance, um, I must tell you, see, these are the chapters. There are many chapters here. I just want to tell you the important chapters that he mentioned in his autobiography. The first, he talks about descent from Kashmir. And Nehru, how his predecessors, how his forefathers, they are from, they're from the Kashmir. And if you look at in the beginning of the first chapter, since this entire autobiography of Nehru, covers his personal life, some memoir, personal documentation. I must tell you how his descendant and his predecessor from the Kashmir. And I tell you further after I introduce you the important chapter in his autobiography. A descent from Kashmir and his study from Harrow and the Cambridge. And after that, and his father's and Mahatma Gandhi's, the close affinity, their close companionship, and after that he talks about his experience and the lathi charges and trade union congress. And much more than his own personal life, Nehru, he explains, he documents his, the political life in this entire autobiography. And he also writes a separate chapter on the Naini prison. And he also writes another chapter called Death of My Father, and the Karachi Congress, the Round Table Conference, and the prison humors, animals in prison, the communalism and reaction, and back to prison. And these are the important chapters which covers the life of the Pandit Nehru's. So what does he say in the first chapter? So what is this all about? So I must tell you, because Nehru, he there is in the preface what he writes. He writes that it is a general interest to many people in India because it deals with the period of a national struggle in which many of us were personally involved. Not only Nehru is involved. Along with him, there are many people, the freedom fighters, they're involved in this national freedom struggle movement. Nehru is also documents in his autobiography. He remembers many the great, the people of the world, literary history, writers, and everyone. For example, he talks about the G.M. Trevelyan, a great German writer, and if you look at some of the letters that he has sent to his daughter Indira Gandhi, and where we mention in a chapter name called some great writers. I just tell you further. And here in this entire book, Nehru, he depicts, the very depicts a kind of issues which become inspirational to the future generations. And he talks about the great writers of the world literature, because you all have read the Francis Bacon's. Probably you might have read the Bacon. Francis Bacon is an English writer who talks about the values and the importance of the books. And if you look at his one of the prose called Off Studies, where he talks about and there is one particular study serve for delight and ornament. So the books are the one who always gives the wisdom and the knowledge. So in this entire autobiography, the more he describes about the political leaders, the more he describes on the great writers of world literature. For example, he talks about the E.M. Foster, he talks about Oscar Wilde, he talks about G.M. Trevelyan, he talks about all the Victorian writers, for instance. So many of us were molded by the struggle that we are today. As a result, the struggle and the ideals are subjectives that governed us then. So whatever we have struggled so far in the life before the independence, and this is a result of today's world. So whatever he has taken, the painstakingly the responsibility as a freedom fighter. So that is a result. And today, he documenting each and everything in this. A book. So he says that I trust this book will revive something of the past in the minds of the many of those of the newer generation who did not have personal experience and what it describes. So he says that the further of the the intensity, the intention that I write this autobiography, because many of us are not have experienced this. Many of us have not gone through this, and probably after reading this book, you will come across the how the entire the journey that he had led from a pre-independence to the post-independence. And I must tell you two lines, the first two the paragraphs of the entire autobiography. And after that I told you this is the entire autobiography. It is start from childhood experience and his youth education and his freedom struggle movement, and after that his personal history, and after that his jail experiences, because this is the autobiography he wrote during 1930s when he was in prison. He was captured by the British and kept behind the bars, and during that here time he wrote this autobiography. And what happens, how does he write the autobiography? As only son of prosperous parents in apt to be spoiled, he had all the advantages of the being spoiled also, because he was born with a the golden spoon. He was born, is a born rich, especially so in India. And when that son happens to have been an only child of the first 11 years of his existence, so he is born too little late to his parents, this Motilal Nehru's. And he also says that my two sisters are very much younger than I am. A sister, that is Vijay Pandit, and we have the Krishna, and they're also in the age gap. There are almost the lot of age difference between them and the brother. And he's saying all that, and I did not even have the companionship of children at school. So he also says that he was very much secluded. He was very much solitude. He was very much alone even during his school days. He had no companion at all. And he says that I was not sent to any kindergarten or any primary school. He wasn't sent anywhere. The governess or a private tutors were supposed to be in charge of my education. So what the companion then? The only the governess, and then only the tutors were his companions. So all that who are these companions, the foreign teachers and everything I just describe while I analyze this text. And the last paragraph, I just want to tell you that, so our house itself was far from being a lonely place. It was sheltered a large family of cousins, near relations. So the large number of family, the members, amidst of that he grew, and they're all the much elder to him. And then, and so in the midst of the big family, I felt rather lonely and was left a great deal to my own fancies and solitary games. So he spent much of his time as a solitary and leading his own life in life alone. So he says that we were Kashmiris. Over 200 years ago, the early in the 18th century, our ancestors came down from that mountain valley to seek fame and fortune in the rich, the plain below. So as I told you, his predecessor, they're from from Kashmir, and this is how he he began this autobiography. This is how he started his autobiography to explain. And he said those were the days of the decline of the Mughal Empire. Those were the days, the decline of the Mughal Empire, and after the death of Aurangzeb. Okay, and and then Rajkol was a name of that ancestor of ours. He had gained eminent as a Sanskrit and Persian scholar in the Kashmir. He talking about his predecessors, and he attracted to the notice of notice of the people of during that days who are ruling the entire province. And then he says that, and probably at the emperor's instant, the family migrated to Delhi. So that's how from Delhi to, from Kashmir to, they migrated to Delhi. So this is how Nehru, he start his autobiography. He explained that. And I must tell you, we can only say that you're reading a literature in this open elective, that's Indian literature, and you're reading an autobiography. So you may say that how do you consider this as an autobiography? Does autobiography merely express some artistic merits? So that is the question that I must ask you. So he says that does an autobiography expresses any artistic merits? Does it does it completely confined to literature? Can we call it as a literature? Is it just a memoir? Autobiographies, they do not only express the personal documentation, and they also maintain their own prosaic style. their writing style. They have their own literary merit, because when you talk about the literature, they are in a two group. One is subjective and another one is objective. Objective literature, which talks about other aspects of social life apart from the personal, but the subjective, it completely concentrate on you know. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And some of you are messaging. And so what happened? Subject literature, which talks about the personal incidents of any great the personality, because we were very happy that he has written an autobiography where we tries to learn a lot of personal informations about Nehru. So, but I must also tell you, the Indian literature. Indian literature, we have a great writer. I mean, as for today's contemporary literature concern, for example, we have a great writers like Sharma. I mean, for example, we have Vikram Seth, and we have Arundhati Roy, and we have Kiran Desai, and Meena Kanda Swami. There are great writers. But when you talk about the genesis of Indian literature from Kalidas onwards, and the Vachanas, Vachanas, and other subject, some of you asked a question, sir. This is subject multiple choice questions. No, this is a theory exam for 50 marks, 10 marks for assignment, and then 40 marks for your written examination. So I'm glad if you give your the questions after the class. That's fine. So we can segregate Indian literature in the beginning, early 20th century, like Nehru and other Ramon Roy's letters and other textbooks. And after that, as I told you, the recent contemporary writers. So if that is the case, what is the purpose of literature? What literature molds? What literature propagates? What literature how it helps society or an individual to have a journey on themselves, to understand one's role in terms of. And for example, literature, it has shaped civilization. It changed the political system. So this is the power of literature. What does it? What does it do? Literature has had a major impact on the development of society. Even the Nehru's autobiography, in a way, it contributes in terms of becoming I mean, the kind of the best classic. And for example, for other writers to write, otherwise for the student to know how his struggle from the India captivated by the British, and India after the independence. The all the information that you can see in this book. So I told you, literature has had a major impact on the development of society. Absolutely true. It does a very vital role. Books, they marks, they changes humans' life. And what happened? It shaped civilization, change political systems, and revival of cultural values. It also changed certain cultural values. And literature gives the deeper meaning to human existence. So that's the reason why everybody they wanted to write. Because once the book is, once the book is written, what happened? He's become the part of the history. People will be, reading the entire text. So literature gives the deeper meaning to human existence. Hence, the significance of literature in English become very much relevant. So, writing, literary literature, writing any piece of work, it become a very, very relevant. That's the reason there are many writer they attempted to write. Their own their own could be either biography, could be either biography, writing to someone's life, and otherwise the literature as such, novels. So here, and I told you, I mean, Nehru, he also wrote letters to his daughter, Indira Priyadarshini Nehru. And what does he write? What does the entire letter, for example, the some famous writers, it's a letter written to her, where he says that Nehru attempts to give a brief critical survey of some famous European writers, because literature has such a power to mold the people personality. So he sends all great classics of world European writers of the 19th century, and Nehru's intention is to introduce the great writers to his daughter, and introduce her to read many more such writers who are poets, philosopher, and then interpreters. So that's the reason why even till today, our parents, our teachers, everybody, they ask us to read and read and read, nothing else, because books have the power to change the person's mind. They have the strong the message which changes the life of the people for the betterment of one's individual. So I must come back here to say that the entire autobiography, there are three divisions. Nehru's autobiography, there are three divisions. For example, trace is mental development, how he has started his journey from ignorance to knowledge, and how he started his development of artistic merit, and how he imbibed the spirit of writing, and how what is the development from mature to, the immature writer to the mature will the potential writer here. So, for example, what has happened? See, for example, autobiography begins with a brief account of Nehru's ancestors. As I told you, we understand in the beginning, Nehru's, he talks about his ancestors and covers the story of his life from his the birth to his imprisonment, so that we understand that, and after that, see, he is the only son of a prosperous parents. I'm just giving the highlight of the Nehru's autobiography, and there are a lot of things to describe, and I just tell you the whichever the important component that I have highlighted here, about whichever I have marked to explain to people. I concentrate only on that. The rest of the information, because this is it for 1 hour class, and today there are 5 classes, and in the first class I take up this Nehru's autobiography, and the further other teachers will take up the different text until 4 o'clock. It's a mandate to attend the classes. So I told you, so he had all the benefits, he has all the privileges of being born. And one thing which we have to appreciate, that though he born with a silver spoon, though he was a born rich, he had never misused that. He made, he utilized the opportunity, and he utilizes all the provisions, all the advantages given by his father, the Motilal Nehru. And he has went to university, he has went outside, he went to foreign, and he used for his he used that opportunity, and he has succeeded in it. So I must tell you, a person called the Ferdinand T. Brooks. The Ferdinand T. Brooks, he's a resident tutor of Nehru. He's a Nehru's teacher. Okay, and then very importantly, he had his home a little laboratory where he used to spend long and interesting hours working out experiments in elementary physics and chemistry. Nehru not only showed his interest in reading literature, he also showed his deep interest, the vast interest in science, especially physics and chemistry. He has his own laboratory at home. He does all kind of experiments, and he shows his inclination towards even to literature, even to science as also. Your youth Nehru, taking an interest in theosophy and taking his father's permission to become a theosophist, makes interested in reading. He also studied that theosophy as an interesting subject matter. It's a remarkable even at a young age, Nehru had taken an interest in problems of the world around him, and that his mind was filled with the nationalistic ideas. So as long as he grows, he showed his keen interest in nationalistic agenda. Whatever happens in the world scenario, that all he documents and here. And contrast this picture of a young Nehru, we have read most of the interesting books in English literature, whose mind was very much preoccupied with the problems of the contemporary world. The more he read the world literature, the more he is aware of, the more he realized the problems of contemporary, the entire India, probably how the India can be released from the shackles of the British custody. So that he the plan. And another one you should remember, he had been to Harrow, and he had been to Cambridge. And Nehru's general attitude to the life becomes much more the crystallized. The after he had been to foreign universities, he started crystallize or filter his lifestyle, and he decided to take the right path, and whichever leads to the betterment of Indian society. So that's what he documents that in his autobiography. So life in Cambridge shows Nehru as a highly sensitive and shy young man, very closely watched the events in India, but not being able to discuss them with anybody. So this is a very interesting thing that we come across about Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. What is that? And I told you, life in Cambridge shows Nehru as a highly sensitive. Is a sensitive man and a very shy young man and very closely watching the events in India, but not being to able to discuss them with anybody. Probably he sought for the right time to discuss with the right people. So he had all that, the prudence. He was quite prudent, and he had all that in his mind, revelations, all kind of the internal tumult to be discussed with somebody else. And the story of Nehru's return to India is coming under the influence of Gandhi, and his gradual involvement in the struggle for freedom have become a part of our national history. So we have read by the world history, and we understand after Jawaharlal Nehru, he mingled with Mahatma Gandhi. Their involvement in the struggle for freedom have now become a part of our national history. So that is the history that we have read through books or through the history. And so far I have talked about how Nehru developed his artistic ability through reading books and having the kind of internal journey himself after he read at Harrow and Cambridge University. And what is the next the component that I'm going to discuss here, that is sensitive and artistic temperament. How was his temperament? Because the one who has such a temperament can only succeed in his life, isn't it? So how was it, this artistic temperament? What was his writing ability? See, the whole autobiography was written in a matter of 9 months. He took the almost 9 months to write the entire autobiography, which has around 655 pages, almost 655 pages. He took almost 9 months to the complete the entire autobiography himself. This political prisoner at the Dehradun, the goal. And Nehru's political activity, forcibly stopped by the British Raj, gives place here to an intellectual activity. So whatever it was, he had all the obstacle in the British regime. So that after that he has taken into prison at Dehradun. What happened? He get an idea and he get the time enough to improve his intellectual activities. So what is the intellectual activity that he developed? The art of writing there. He developed that writing there, and the complete autobiography therefore is appropriately dedicated to is the memory of Kamala Nehru, who is no more. Probably after the death of Kamala Nehru, his book has been published. So dear students, I must tell you one thing. We have supplied the study material through soft copy, and you are already have this study material with you. So each and every detail of the autobiography you read from the books, you understand the better. I'm just here to give you the insights and how the autobiography is written, how the autobiography excavates, or how it elevates from the actual events. The substance of the autobiography I'm going to tell you. So whatever I am describing you, I mean, you just make use of, and you don't forget to read the entire autobiography along with the study material given by from the university. Okay. And so what happened? So after the Kamala Nehru is passed, this book has been published, and the Nehru was he was a true patriot. He's a true patriot, and we all know that he's the first the prime minister of India after India liberated from the British custody, and he was a true patriot. And his struggle movement, we all have to remember, invoke his presence at this juncture. And he was also a sensitive humanist and a thinker and the writer with a poetic bent of mind. He had the poetic bent of mind, and his historic sense raises even as a stray incident to the heights of the general at the universal. So his approaches, they are almost like a universal components, universal message that he had. And he had that historic sense. That's what the critics have observed him. So for example, if you look at F.R. Lewis, the great critic of English literature, he says that a writer ಒಬ್ಬ ಬರಹಗಾರನಿಗೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹಿಸ್ಟಾರಿಕಲ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಹಾಗೆ, ನೀವು ಹಾಗೆ. For example, if you write something, you should not supposed to scribble for the time being. You should also write any text with an historical sense. You should know the history first. So history plays a very vital role in our life. So here, Nehru had that historical sense. Like F.R. Lewis says that G.M. Trevelyan, the great German writer, because he tells that he rereads history. He reads history more than any other book. So history, one who thorough with the history. For example, if we know how India, the genesis of Indian continent, Indian country, from 14 from early the development until now, and everybody should be aware of the great leader, the great politicians, great patriots, and all the people that we all are aware of. So probably Nehru has that profound historical sense. He had read history so much. If you look at, if you look the look at the index of the entire autobiography, he mentions more than 300 writers, politicians, national leaders, and everybody. He project their personality in the book. So which means that he knew history very well. He knew the predecessors very well. He knew the freedom fighter very well, and he also doesn't forget to implement. I mean, it doesn't to mention them in his entire book. And then this is one thing. And I must tell you, there are three different strands, the dimensions that we can come across in this text. What are the three different dimensions? The first, first is Nehru's childhood, and the Harrow and the Cambridge, and his imprisonment, and in Europe, and death of Motilal Nehru. So his own the personal life, for example, death of his father, and his wife, and his wedding, and his imprisonment, and the childhood horror and the Cambridge. All his personal document he project in the one section. And if you look at the second divisions, or second strands, or a second component in the novel, because unless if you do not segregate any text, it could be autobiography or anything, if you do not segregate into a different facet, it won't be able to understand. For example, we have a childhood and youthhood, and our the last the age old the old the life. So here the second strand is that is a account of nationalist movement, how Nehru himself indulged in, he involved in nationalist freedom movement. For example, Gandhi and Satyagraha. If I give you a component, no, for example, if I ask you the term Satyagraha, you certainly understand because you are aware of all the concept. I don't have to dwell into it much. So the independence, the resolution after, and the Delhi Pact, the Karachi Congress, the Roundtable Conference, the agrarian trouble in UP, and and then and the communalism and reaction, and the reaction against the Simon Commission mission, and all that he expresses in his second facets of autobiography. And if you look at in the other facets of autobiography, we understand. Nehru's involvement in a theosophical society, Nehru's involvement with civil disobedience and non-violence movement, and his doctrine called the sword of the sword, an experience of the lathi charge, and the trade union and Congress, prison humors, animals in prison. Animals in prison, there is a separate chapter that I'll describe probably after once I've done with this analysis. And he also writes about what is a religion and all that. So, and then importantly, the experience in animals in prison, Nehru's love for nature. He's also a true admirer of nature. He's also a true lover of birds and everything. And his capacity to drown personal sorrow in observing the activities of nature. So he's a true lover of nature that we can see. And the delicacy of his feelings, and his artistic temperament, all that can be observed through his love with the nature and the animals. So that shows his temperament. That shows that how well he mingled with the people. And another one. And when he was at the prison, he doesn't forget to explain some his memories. For example, when he was at the jail, there are a lot of insect troubled him. For example, wasps, hornets, bugs, mosquitoes, and getting familiar with every bit of the cell in which he lived for the 14 months. Nehru discovered that he was not alone there, and that colonies of wasps, hornets, and fellow beings. Who are the fellow beings? All these insects. So that also he documents in this entire book. And now, apart from being a political leader of a great influence, Nehru was a gifted writer of English prose. We have seen him as the great politician of independent India, but he was also a great, gifted writer of English prose, and he was excelled in his academic. He was excelled in his education. It was because he received that eclectic education, and that is a resilience persona. He had that personality as a well-educationist, a statesman rather. We also called him as a man of letters, and he was endowed with a vision. He had that vision. Whatever he has taken some measurement, certain steps to for the the reform India, to in order to reform India for the betterment of India. He had that vision. He had that imagination. He had that artistic temperament. Dear student, these are the three important that every writer must have. I must tell you, keep it in mind that Nehru was a gifted writer of English prose, and he was endowed with a vision. The vision is important, and imagination is much more important, and the artistic temperament is even but important. So thus, while the importance of these events in which he is concerned lends an importance to the story of his life. So this vision and imagination and artistic temperament, it makes his life a very very stabilized or very strengthened. His gifts as a writer make one of the most readable among the prose works in Indian writing in English. When you talk about the Indian writing in English, apart from Rabindranath Tagore, apart from Toru Dutt, apart from the Kamala Markandaya, apart from Sarojini Naidu, apart from many other, Akinarayan, and we have many other, the writers, Mulk Rajana, many other writers of an Indian makers. We call them as an Indian literature makers. And Nehru's contribution is also vast. And today's class, we are looking at him as a writer than is a politician. He documents his political experiences in this book, but we can also see that how his writing craftsmanship, writing meritorious, writing capacity was even more, swiftly, surpassed. That we can see here, and he gifts as a writer make one of the most readable among the prose works in Indian writing in English. And it is often claimed that even if Nehru had not entered public life, and he would have attained the same distinction if he had taken to writing as a whole time occupation. I repeat the line again, and you should remember this is a very important line. I want some of you can interpret this line. ನೀವು ಕೂಡ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಅದನ್ನ can interpret. Renuka, you are not supposed to ask me about the exam now. This is the time is listen, and you can have the discussion probably after before the 5 minutes of I'm winding up the class. Okay, and come back to this line. I want Renuka to ponder over this issue. And what is that? Nehru, see, this is a line. It is often claimed that even if Nehru had not entered public life, ಅವರೊಬ್ಬರು ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿ ಆಗದೆ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ, even if he had not become a politician, had not become in public life, what would have been happened? He would have attained the same distinction as if he had taken to writing as a full-time occupation. He would have been an excellent writer. So he had that, imbibed the spirit. He had that potentiality. He had that writing craftsmanship. He's a good writer that we can, observe in Nehru's autobiography. And then there are two other important, other important component here is Nehru in Cambridge. How about his experience at the Cambridge? Nehru in Cambridge is somewhat different from different from the pampered child of Motilal at Ananda Bhavan in Allahabad. As I told you, he's the only son to his father, Motilal Nehru, and he was a pampered child. But Nehru was not the same when he was at Cambridge. He was left free, and he was left free in terms of to attain the growth of mind, not to have his own freedom of mind, not to have his own freedom which can be spoiled. But how did he spend his time? Nehru in Cambridge is somewhat different from the pampered child of Motilal at Ananda Bhavan in Allahabad. In spite of his preoccupation with studies, he has now begun to take a deep interest in the political affairs of the country and as well as of the world. And he was always thinking, even during his study at the foreign university, he was talking and thinking about the political affairs, the political interventions of Indian society. From the point of general education, he is by far better than most of his colleague mates. And then he does not like a wine or the vain or a frivolous life. He did not spend his life with null and void. It was not a wasted life. Rather, he utilized this time and he wrote immensely, and he contributed to the society. The idea of going through life worthily, not indulging in it the vulgar way, but still making the most of it and living full of many side life attracts him. So he's the one, despite of all the benefits given by him, education, whatever he thought about for the betterment of Indian society. So these are the certain. The important the message that I just wanted to share. Apart from this autobiography, Nehru also wrote many other major texts. For example, the Unity of India. This is another important text of Nehru. And then the Glimpses of World History. The Glimpses of World History is another significant text of Nehru's. And the Discovery of India and an autobiography. So, an autobiography and the discovery of India, the glimpses of world history, and the unity of India, and these are the classic text of Pandit Nehru. So, I repeat the four classic of Nehru's: the unity of India, the glimpses of world history, the discovery of India, and an autobiography appear to be the great classic written by Pandit Nehru. And apart from that, there are other important, incident that I must share with you. This is one I told you. Talking about his teacher, most of his tutors and the governors were English. So that is the benefit that he had. So most of the tutors and the governors they were English. It was F.T. Brooks. I told you F.T. Brooks is an Irishman, and who instilled in him the love of books and initiated him into the mysteries of the science. So there are two important ideas that you and I should instill in our mind. What is that? So that is instill into him the love of books. ಆ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳ ಪ್ರೇಮಿಗಳಾಗೋದು everybody should be instilled with. He was a lover of books. That kind of fascination one has to develop, and initiated him into the mystery of the science. And I told you he's the one interested more in physics, more in the chemistry and all that. And Nehru's aristocratic birth, coupled with his English upbringing at Harrow and Cambridge, were both the guarantee of his impeccable property in speech and gesture. What is that impeccable property? The one who does not mistake while addressing, while speaking. So Nehru has that impeccable language potentiality. And then from Brooks' talks on theosophy, Nehru came to realize the value of Hindu religion. So I repeat again, Nehru came to realize the value of Hindu religion through where? Through from Brooks' talks on theosophy. Theosophy is a part of literature. Is a the messages given by the theosophy. Nehru, he understood the value of Hindu religion, and at the large of 13, he became a member of Theosophical Society and attended its convention at Benares. So he attended. Some of you said we don't have any study material. Pooja, see the university supplied or uploaded material in the month of March itself in the website. You find it out and you get the material. It's a soft copy, and you can make use of your exam point of view. And apart from that, at the age of 15, he was develops reading children's literature. He has read a lot of children's literature, completely on children literature, and he also read a lot of literature, and that he imbibed the spirit of that. And after that, we must say that it was the advent of Mahatma Gandhi on the national scene that convinced Nehru to join the political mainstream. And Nehru also documents in his autobiography. This is Mahatma Gandhi, who is the one who convinced Nehru, and he is the one who joined political mainstream. So he's the one who brought him to the political mainstream. And for the first time, what happens at the National Indian Conference at Lucknow in 1916? He dwelled into it. He participated actively. And Gandhi had put forth the program of civil disobedience against the Rollout Act. and Nehru followed the movement with great enthusiasm. The first time Nehru showed his, the kind of ebullience or show his interest in against this Rowlatt Act. All of you have read in the history. And so what happened? But the idea of giving his time totally to the freedom movement was objected by his father, Motilal Nehru. And probably Motilal Nehru was not even aware of the complete potentiality or the inner psyche of Pandit Nehru's vision. And in the beginning, he was objected know him to in this political intervention and all that. For many days, there was this mental conflict, and because both of us felt that big issues were at stake involving a complete upsetting of our lives, we tried to be considerable to each other as possible. So he also mentioned he and his father Motilal Nehru had a different, opinion regarding Nehru's, the political intervention, whether he can be and actively participate or whether he can show his interest in it. And then Nehru's always had a deep emotional attachment to Gandhi. In the autobiography itself, we understand that they had that kind of, the kind of bondage developed between Nehru and Gandhi. So in the autobiography, the presentations of a Nehru-Gandhi relationship, often on the brink of the breakdown, it's ultimately based on the, the mature endurance. So probably there'll be a question in the exam, describe the Nehru-Gandhi relationship. So then you need to explain, how Nehru he's become the instrument in bringing Nehru into the, the Rowlatt Act and in the political movement that we can see here. And then another important incident which happens in the novel, that Nehru's jail experiences. I must tell you this. So Nehru is at his best while writing about his jail experiences. How does he explain that? He spent several years behind the bars. Many times he was kept behind the bars. He was kept in the jail. He spent several years behind the bars, and the fact that he wrote most of that. So that's the reason he written most of his autobiography there. I mean, most of the part chapters of his autobiography in the jail itself. In jail has set the tone of the book, and boredom is an inevitable experience in the solitude of a jail. So he made use of his time to get rid of, all this, the whatever the tumult, whatever the internal agony that he had. He utilized his time, and he result is today's autobiography. So Animal in Prison, where Nehru speaks of waps and harness and even bats. He writes about the ill experience that he undergone in during the jail experiences. And this is very important. You all should listen carefully. Nehru reflects on how different countries have adopted different animals as a symbols. ಯಾವ ಯಾವ ಕಂಟ್ರಿಗಳು ಯಾವ ಯಾವ ಅನಿಮಲ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸಿಂಬಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ he explains that. How does he say that? Nehru reflects on how different countries have adopted different animals as symbols. So, for example, of their ambition or characters, for example, the eagle of the United States. For what? As a symbol of their ambition or character. ಆಯಾ ದೇಶದ ಒಂದು ಅಂಬಿಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಿಂಬಲ್, ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ದಿ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ಗೆ, ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಯುನೈಟೆಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್ ಯು ಎಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಈಗಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದಟ್ of America, and of Germany, the lion and the bull, and the dog of England, and the fighting cock of France, and the bear of old Russia. And I say that nature always fascinated Jawaharlal Nehru. For to be amidst nature was a soothing and an exhilarating experience for him. So, as I told you, he won with the nature. He surrendered himself to the nature. For that, we have one word called pantheism. Now, when you talk about English literature, the Wordsworth on ಅಗಾಧವಾದಂಥ ಪ್ರತಿಭೆಯುಳ್ಳಂಥ ಕವಿ. The Wordsworth is a poet with a distinctive, remarkable potentiality as a poet. He is also called as the one who truly surrendered himself, the pantheist ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. So here Nehru is also a pantheist, because who surrendered himself to the nature. He thinks that the nature is the best harmony to any human being. So this you can come across in this text. And after that, Yes, there is another explanation on satyagraha, how is what defined. So this is how Nehru comments on satyagraha as a means of political action. Satyagraha was defined through non-violence because he actively participated, a form of resistance to what was considered wrong. It was in fact a peaceful rebellion as a more civilized form of warfare and yet dangerous to the stability of the state. It was an effective way of getting the masses to function. It seemed to fit with the peculiar genius of Indian people. So Satyagraha is a movement which requires a lot of patience. To non-violence require to win over these British people. So it made us shed and fear that crushed us, and we began to look before. And then we finally the method of peace prevented to a large extent and growth of the terribly bitter racial and national hatred which had accompanied and struggled. So after all the lot of struggles and lot of hill experiences, India could reach India succeed towards gradually to win over the entire British regime in India. And then one of the most revealing chapters in the book is the descriptions of his first experience of lathi charges. It was in 1927, the year of the Simon Commission. So I also want you to read more on Simon Commission, and then so there are two. So far almost 56 seconds. I've just. I'm just analyze. I shared my views on Nehru's autobiography. So there are other two person who put their opinion about Nehru's autobiography. For example, Mulkraj Anand. He points out that Nehru seemed to have adopted his own life as an experiment in the history making and written this famous book. He has written this famous book by adopting his own life as an experiment in history making. So his life itself is a maiden history. That is, we can see in the entire his lifetime, and especially which is documented in this book autobiography. And Rabindranath Tagore was intensely impressed by this great book, which he said this particular book. What Rabindranath Tagore say that it runs a deep current of humanity. This is the line. All of you should remember the line. This book runs a deep current of humanity. Whatever we can see in the humanism, humanity, human concern, everything we can see in this book. That's what Rabindranath Tagore says. And he runs a deep current of humanity. In the epilogue, we have the author's writing, I have reached the end of the story, this egotistical narrative of my adventure through life, such as they are, as being brought up to today, February 14th, 1935, thus ends a great classic. So he finds, he ends this text on February 14, 1935, and this has become a great classic text. And there will be question on for your exams like, discuss the view that Nehru's autobiography is lively, serious, deeply moving, and always eminently readable. Question number two, write a note on the Nehru Gandhi relationship. And then what does Nehru have to say about his jail experiences? So the question will be asked on these are the important topic. So now, dear students, you have some question to be answered. For example, when it comes to notes of this Indian literature one, the way there are many writers are going to be discussed. It's there in the university website. You can download the app, the KSOU student app, and you can enter your register number, roll number, and you can view the study material. And after that, you student, there'll be a 10 marks assignment. Think by now you all have submitted, and 40 marks for your examination. Keep in touch. If you pay a visit to the university once, and you can get even more information. And this is the first class of mine, the chairman of English department, Dr. Natraj. I'm immensely happy. I'm so happy to address apart from English literature student, the student from science, student from commerce, MBA, and many other branches. All of you are here, and as much as possible, I try to share my viewpoint on Nehru's autobiography. It is a great classic, such a big book, and I strongly advise you read the book and enjoy the book. And this is a part of Indian literature one. And dear students, I'm very happy, and I wish you good luck, and for your examination, for your betterment of life, and good luck. And I'm going to in this session. And So we have other teachers classes now, 11:30 to 12:30, and then till 1:30 again in the noon, between 3 to 2 to 3 and 3 to 4. So 5 hours class, and all the six texts will be covered. So wish you good luck and all the best.
Okay, good morning, dear students. I hope you can see me and you can hear me. Uh, am I audible? Can you hear me? I don't know how many students are there here. It's okay. Dear students, again today, since it's the second session of open elective paper, which most of you like might be from different spheres of again life, like you might have chosen different subjects for your studies, for your post graduation studies. You might be students from like commerce field, or you might be there might be students from science field. like uh, Today, like you have chosen a paper which is called as titled as Indian literature, like Indian English literature particularly. So in Indian English literature, there are so many writers. When it comes to Indian literature is the vast literature. It covers so many languages. Indian literature, again, literature under the umbrella or the title called Indian literature. Then it covers so many languages, including Sanskrit, Hindi, Kannada, Arabic, Tamil, not Arabic, Tamil, Malayalam, and other languages also come under the category called Indian literature. But here, we have given the title called Indian English literature. In Indian English literature, the literature which are Indian in origin, which covers the Indian culture, Indian ethos, Indian uh, tradition, Indian cultural setup or background, Indian sociological conditions. Such literatures which are Indianized, which are very much local, which belongs to India, but which are again the literature that is expressed in in English as a medium of communication. So Indian English literature is a different species, a different type of literature, which covers the Indian ethos, Indian culture, Indian tradition, Indian sociological setup, and other aspects completely related to India and issues related to India and Indian background. Here, today, within the within the time allotted, I have to deal with two important aspects. One is no, not Thomas, sorry, Macaulay's minutes on Indian education. Minutes on Indian education, and another topic that I have to deal with is Swami Vivekananda's address to the World Religious Summit, which took place in 1893 in Chicago, America. No, between 11th of September to 27th of September. So for almost 16 days, for almost 16 days, Vivekananda was Vivekananda was in America addressing the summit or the parliament of world religious leaders. Again, I have to deal with these two important issues. One issue is about very much connected to religion. Another issue is like very much connected to Indian education policy, which started with Macaulay in 1835. No, Lord Macaulay was an essayist, historian, and also he was a lawyer. He was a lawyer. He was an essayist, and at the same time, he was an historian. Essayist. An essayist who always believed Western culture is superior, who always considered that Western culture is superior. He devoted his life and is academic excellence to what? To the concept of progress. To the concept of progress. And he was the opponent of radicalism. He was against radicalism. So it does not mean that Thomas Babington Macaulay, Lord Thomas Babington, Babing, Babington Macaulay was religious. He was not religious. He was against radicalism. But he was progressive and liberal. He was progressive and liberal in thinking. When he came to India in 34, so 34, there were so many challenges before him. You know, there are critics who criticize Macaulay's theory of Western introducing Western education in India. There are critics who criticize it. There are also critics who appreciate, who endorse his views. Again he was against Orientalists. Orientalists who wanted to introduce what? Who wanted to introduce both Eastern and Western philosophy or knowledge. So Orientalists always believed of merging Western and Eastern philosophy in education, of merging Western and Eastern knowledge together. Orientalists. There is a group of thinkers called as Orientalists. But whereas this Macaulay considered that Eastern philosophy or Eastern knowledge is very much limited in scope. It's very much limited in scope. So as I told you, Lord Thomas Babington Macaulay, again he belongs to 19th century, early part of 19th century. He was born in 25th. He was born in 1800, exact 1800, 25th October 1800, and died in the year 28th, in the year 1950, 1859, 28th December. He was born in the year 1800, 25th of October 1800, and died on the date 28th December 1859. He was born in United Kingdom. He belongs to England. Was a big politician and historian. He was also a politician from England. He served as a politician in England, and also widely regarded as what? As the architect of India's transition to a Western style of education system. He is considered as, even today, he is considered as the founding father of India's transition from what? Indian style of education system to Western style of education system. India was introduced to Western style of education system by Lord Bennington Macaulay. Babington, B-A-B-I-N-G, Babington Macaulay. British education policy in colonial India was almost non-existent. Almost non-existent at the first, because their sole goal was to make what? A profit through trade and other means. So British came to India just to expand their empire and to do trade and business with India. They came to India in 1600, 1600. Soon after the collapse of Mughal Empire, Bahadur Shah Zafar was the last Mughal king who died in the present Burma. His graveyard is located in Burma, in Rangoon, in the capital called Rangoon, capital of Burma. The last Mughal king died in Burma, okay, which was part of India during those days. British came to India to do what? To do trade, to do business. They wanted Indian spices. Okay, they came to India to do business. So, but what happened after that? They didn't have proper planning for India, particularly when it comes to education policy. They didn't have proper planning. They didn't have proper planning when it comes to education policy. They came to India just to do what? Business. And gradually the value of education was recognized, and the company began to construct a few institutes of high learning. Gradually they learned that there is the need for what? Establishing in education institutions in India. Because once you establish an empire, again India became the colony of British Empire, and they needed officers. They needed officers to serve in the company offices, in the administrative buildings. They wanted the Indians to serve as their subordinates in the government, in the British government. They needed Indian officers, the loyal Indian officers, educated Indian officers to serve the British government. That is the reason why they thought that it is better to establish what education institutions all over India, particularly higher education. They wanted to give priority for higher learning. These learning centers provided what instruction in Indian subjects in languages such as Sanskrit, Arabic, and Persian. When they established the education system, the first problem the British Empire faced was these people got education through Indian languages. They learned that they didn't know English. They came to know that Indians do not know English. And at the same time, they were acquiring the Eastern philosophy or Eastern knowledge, our own local knowledge. We had our own mathematics, we had our own physics, we had our own chemistry, we had our own literature. Isn't it? Sanskrit literature, again, written in so many local languages. Isn't it? So, local languages, including Sanskrit. We had our own literature, we had our own advancement done in the field of science and literature, technology, everything during those days. But it was different from the Western school of thoughts, Western education system, or Western knowledge. So that is the reason why British felt that it is necessary to introduce Western knowledge, Western education philosophy, or Western school of thoughts to Indians. To Indians. And the Charter Act at the same time, in 1813, they introduced an act called the Charter Act. The Charter, Charter. The Charter Act was the country's first step toward modern education. It was the first step toward modern education. So again, if there are students, again, future would be aspirants of IAS and KAS. If you want to learn about the history of Indian education system, okay, like the rapid changes the Indian education system has seen. If you want to do research or if you want to acquire some knowledge on it, if you are preparing for competitive exams, you should learn, you should read Lord Lord Babington, Thomas Babington Macaulay's minutes on Indian education system. You cannot just escape from it because this particular topic is very much essential. It is important for all those who are preparing for competitive exams because without this you cannot understand like how Indian education system, like which was earlier there, which was very much there in our roots, which was there in our roots, was erased, and they brought in the Western philosophy, Western ideologies to with their education system, with their knowledge to India, and introduced that. You can see it has or had an impact on our lifestyle, our culture. Through education, they brought in the education system. Through education, their education system, we learned English, we acquired knowledge in English, and we imbibed their culture. Their culture, without our knowledge, we have imbibed the Western culture. We have become fans of Western culture. You look at the dhoti that Swami Vivekananda wears, and look at the like Swami Vivekananda. If you look at the portrait of Swami Vivekananda, you can see the Indianness in his dress code. What I want to say here is India had its own unique dress. It had its own food style, lifestyle. People of India used to wear dhotis, used to wear panches, used to wear kurtas. So that suited our climate, isn't it? That suited our climate. The weather condition in India demanded that kind of attire. And even the food style that we followed, it was unique. But nowadays we are even in the food style of India, it's like it has changed. We are addicted to pizzas, burgers. We don't want masala rotis, we want pizzas. We don't want samosas, we want burgers. So even the food style, even the like you can see, with the knowledge comes what? With the education, with the knowledge, with the knowledge, we have learned the education in English medium. We have got the education through English medium, and we got the knowledge. We learned the knowledge. We have gained the knowledge through English medium. So through English medium, English language, we have imbibed Western culture without our knowledge or without without consciousness, unconsciously, like without our knowledge. Okay, so the Charter Act of 1830 was the country's first step toward modern education. At the same time, Christian missionaries by then had already arrived to provide what religious education with the primary goal of Christianizing the heathen activities. Christian missionaries were already there in India. By the time British came to India, again they also bought what Christian missionaries so that they can spread Christianity across India. You know, while the Orientalists believed that Indians should be educated in their native languages. The other group believed that English education was the best type to be given. Was the best type to be given. So, in the midst of this, Macaulay arrived in India as the president of what? General Committee, or again, General Committee of Public Instruction. So, he came to India on 10th of June 1934. He came to India on 10th of June 1934. He was appointed as what? President, President, President of the General Committee of Public Instruction. General Committee of Public Instruction. So in the year 1934, he came as what? The President of the General Committee of Instruction. So what are the objectives of Macaulay's minutes on Indian education? So what are the objectives? The main objective is Macaulay wanted the government to spend money, wanted the government to spend money only on Western education, not on Oriental education. Oriental education always advocated for what? Merging the best of knowledges. The best of knowledges means let it be the Western knowledge or the Eastern knowledge. So whatever that is good for the society, that is good for the Indian social system, that has to be introduced in the education policy. That is what the Orientalists believed in. Orientalists believed in inclusive theory, whereas Macaulay believed in what? Excluding the Eastern philosophy or the Eastern knowledge. He considered that Western education or Western knowledge is far superior. It has got vast empire of knowledge. And Eastern education or Indian education system, the knowledge that the people of India had during his time was very much limited according to Macaulay. Can we think so? Can we acknowledge this argument? No, not at all, because India was so progressive. Even before British came to India, India was so progressive in all the spheres of life. We were the best architects. If you visit the Ellora Kailasha temple, or if you go to Agra and see Taj Mahal, which was built which was built before the entry of British to India, certainly without like hesitation you feel so proud to be Indians. What is the contribution of again British administration or British Western education system? We have gained knowledge, that's it. But the thing is like we have gained Western knowledge, but does that mean that you should demean or belittle or demean your own education system? By the time Macaulay introduced Western education system, India was far developed. Indian civilization was too advanced, too advanced, too advanced in all the spheres of life. Forget about architecture, not only architecture, forget even irrigation system, agriculture wise, in every way, in every sense. Even science, or even in science, astronomy. India had developed a lot by the time. But British came to India and they made us appear fool. Again, they again, they made us appear fools. Macaulay wanted the government to spend money on only on Western education, not Oriental. One nimisha. Okay. Oriental education. So he advocated to close all the colleges that taught Eastern philosophy or Eastern subjects or Indian subjects. So we were not supposed to read Kalidasa's Meghaduta or even Kalidasa's Abhijnana Shakuntala. So we were asked to read Shakespearean plays. So they made us believe that Shakespeare is greater than Kalidasa. You look at the way Kalidasa uses the figures of speeches. But there are some the speeches. There are so many figures of speeches, isn't it? You look at the way he uses the figures of speech in his Vijnana Shakuntala. Look at our own epics like Mahabharata and Ramayana, which matches which is far in excellence when you compare to Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, which are part of Greek literature. So like India was advanced, but the thing like he wanted to erase all that is called as Indianness. Okay, so downward filtration policy, that is what he introduced. Downward filtration policy means he wanted to educate only few Indians, not all the Indians. He wanted to educate only few Indians who can serve the British government as officers, as subordinate officers in the government offices. Got it? So, downward filtration policy was introduced by Macaulay. His intention was not to educate the entire Indian population. No, not at all. So, he wished to create a pool of Indians capable of serving British interests and remaining loyal to him. At the same time, this group would be Indians by color and blood, but English in taste, opinions, morals, and intellects. So, intellectually, morally, taste wise, opinion wise, they are completely westernized. They appear like Englishmen, but they were Indians. Though they were serving for British Empire, they were Indians. When it comes to color and blood, they were Indians. But they were serving for British Empire. And their taste, their opinions, their morale, their intellectual, their intellect or their intellectual capability, again it matched what? All those matched what? British people. What are the features of Macaulay's again minutes on Indian education? Macaulay arrived in India, as I told you, on 10th of June 1834 as a law member of the Governor General's Executive Council and was appointed the president of the Committee of Public Instruction. In 1835, he was given the task. He was given the task task of settling the dispute between Orientalists and Anglicists. He was given the task to settle the dispute between Orientalists and Anglicists. So he presented his famous minutes to the council in February 1835, which Lord Bentinck BENTIK approved as a resolution approved the resolution and passed it in March 1835. So the resolution was approved in March 1835 by Lord Bentinck. So the following points were emphasized by Macaulay in his minutes on Indian education. So what are the following points? The points like that the main goal Main goal of the British government should be to promote European literature and science among Indians, and that all funds appropriated all funds appropriated for the purpose of education would be best spent on English education alone. And the main goal of the British government should be to promote what? European literature and science among Indians, and that all the money that is allotted in budget for education, for the purpose of education, should be best spent on English education alone. So a large chunk of money allotted in the budget by the British government went for what? Went for introducing English education system. All that money given by these local Raja Maharajas as Kappa Kanikes, as tax to British Empire. So British people, again, the British Empire used our local Raja Maharajas. They took tax from them and they ruled us, sitting in the capital, isn't it? So they took money in the form of tax and used that money from the budget, okay, not to improve Indian education system, but to improve what? The Western or the English education system. So all existing professors and students at all the institutions under the committee's supervision shall continue to receive stipends, but not no stipend shall be given to any students who may subsequently enter any of these institutions. No funds from the government were to be spent on the printing of Oriental works. So these are the again points that were emphasized. So means don't spend money on Indian education system. Spend money on introducing education system. All funds available to the government would be spent in the future on imparting what? On imparting English knowledge and science to Indians. And science to Indians. So I hope you are getting. Pallavi, yes, good morning. Good afternoon, sorry. So these are the objectives, features, and the points that Macaulay emphasizes in his minutes on Indian education. Alright, so I have completed off of the allotted time. In another 30 minutes, I have to speak on Swami Vivekananda's speech at the World Religious Summit, address at the World Religious Parliament, which took place between September 11th of September to 27th of September in Chicago, America. So, you all know who is Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda is a true Indian, it's a true icon for all the young Indians. People admire Vivekananda. People admire Subhash Chandra Bose. The young Indian generation admire some youth icons. So Swami Vivekananda stands out to be the first ranked youth icon. He has large number of young followers, Vivekananda. If you read his works, you will surprisingly you will be unknowingly be his follower or his fan. Vivekananda lived for a short period, but the kind of impact, the kind of indelible imprint that he has left on this land is unmatchable. Nobody can reach Vivekananda's height. He has surpassed his master, his guru, so Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. When it comes to spreading Indian religious ethos or Indian religious policies, really religious ideologies. You know, in a way, I also personally like Swami Vivekananda for so many factors. His understanding of Hinduism is completely different from what we are reading in today's newspapers. His understanding of Hinduism was totally different. Okay, Swami Vivekananda was a Shishya, was a student of, disciple of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. So you all know the kind of personality Vivekananda is. And the Parliament of Religious Summit was held as part of the world's Columbian Exposition to mark 400th anniversary of the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus. You know, in the year 1893, it was the 400th year of the celebration. So America was celebrating the discovery of America by Columbus. It was 400 years. Columbus went to America in 1493, discovered America in 1493. So, in order to give a befitting respect or honor Columbus and his discovery of a new land called America, America thought of organizing as a conference of world religious leaders. It's a parliament of world religious leaders where they could meet, where they could discuss about religious issues of their respective religions of their respective religions. So Vivekananda, got the chance to go there with the help of our own Mysore Maharaja. Our own Mysore Maharaja. By that time, it was Nalvadi Krishnaraja Vadaya, probably. Okay, with the financial assistance of Mysore Maharaja and Raja of Ketni is another province. Swami sailed to America. So Swami Vivekananda left to America on 31st of May. On 31st of May 1893. So he left to America on 31st of May 1893 because it takes time to travel on ship. Because in those days, aeroplane was not introduced. People used to travel again. They used to travel using ships, using boats. So water transportation system was much popular during those days. So he left to America in 1893 on 31st of May. Okay. So it's very, very important that these chronological dates, chronological years, to highlight the approaches. So what was the objective? The objective was for the primary factor of having a conference of World Religious Summit was to celebrate the 400th year anniversary celebration of Columbus, again Christopher Columbus discovery of America. And what was the primary objective? To highlight the approaches or beliefs, practices held and taught in common by diverse religions of the world, to enable nations to come together to establish what? To establish camaraderie and harmony in the universe. So there are so many religions in the world. The very intention or objective was to bring all the world religious leaders who belong to different religions to come and sit on one table to discuss the religious issues that is dividing this world. The religious intolerance that you see existing in the world, the present day Indian against society or sociological order is destroying India, is dividing India, isn't it? So, what about the world? Even when the world has a different picture. This world has so many religions. So the world is divided, is compartmentalized by so many other religions. People are killed in the name of religion. Okay, terrorism. In the name of religion, people are killed. Innocent, poor people are targeted by again religious fanatics or religious fundamentalists in the name of religion. So in order to get rid all this again religious discriminations or religious division, this again conference was organized in America. Okay, so in again at the same time, Vivekananda didn't had money to go to America, but he had desire. He had that immense desire to represent India as a religious leader representing India. Vivekananda went to America. Okay, and it is during those time India was like, again there was no proper financial assistance for such people. Vivekananda by barefoot has traveled across India. He has seen almost all the states of India. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, he has traveled India and he has seen India. So nobody could understand the pulse of India better than Swami Vivekananda. Nobody could understand the pulse of India better than Swami Vivekananda. That is the reason why Vivekananda stands out to be the best saint amongst all the saints that India has seen. No, the sessions of the Parliament of Religions held in the Hall of Art Institute, Art Institute. So who were the representatives? The representatives came from different religions like Buddhism, Christianity, Confucianism. Confucianism is from China, Hinduism, Jainism, Judaism, Mohammedanism. Mohammedanism means Islam, people from Jewish community, Jewish religion, and also Shintoism, and also Theism. Theism means non-believers of God also came there, and also Zoroastrianism. Okay, Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, Christianity, Confucianism, Jainism, okay, Hinduism, Shintoism, Mohammedanism. So these are the religions which were represented by the leaders at that conference, which held in Chicago in the year 1893. The demise of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa in August 1886 pushed Vivekananda into intense spiritual practices at places of several parts of India. The demise of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa in the year 1886, August 1886, Swami Paramahamsa died, and Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa died, and this made again Vivekananda restless. He could not sit there in the mud of Ramakrishna mission. So he started on a journey, visiting several parts of India. You know, his wanderings enabled him to come close to the people, their cultures, practices, and miseries. He was deeply touched by and disturbed to see the Indian masses being weighed down by ignorance and poverty. This journey across India again made Vivekananda to realize what again the kind of poverty, the kind of ignorance that the people of India are experiencing or are undergoing. Okay, so he got upset with the educated class of India who helped the West, who followed the West. He noticed that the spiritual descendants in India, a country that watered and nourished spiritualism, he felt an anger and urge to save India from being inundated by Western influences. So he wanted to bring India out of the Western influence, which was which was ignited by whom? Lord Macaulay. You can have a link Lord Macaulay and Vivekananda. Vivekananda trying his best to say that India is far better when it comes to spiritualism. No, India is a great country. He wanted to make people realize that India has got its own history, has got its own civilization. It's a golden civilization which India has seen in the history. So Swami Vivekananda went across India and he was disturbed because people were embracing or endorsing what? The Western education system, the Western philosophy or ideology. Okay, he felt an anger and urge to save India from being inundated by Western influences. He envisioned a dynamic India bustling with what? Material and spiritual prosperity. He wanted India to spiritually and also materialistically prosper or develop. Okay, when he received the opportunity to deliver the speech at the conference of religions, he felt that this was the God sent opportunity to table his divine mission. Divine mission, and he decided to resurrect his beloved country to impart India's spirituality as a fair exchange for the material prosperity of the West. So materialistically, West is prosperous, but when it comes to spirituality, India is prosperous. So he wanted to convey that to the Western audience. He wanted to convey that to the Western audience. In order to eradicate poverty in India, he traveled across India. He wanted India to materialistically progress or develop. Okay, after reaching America, he needed a bona fide certificate from an organization to participate in the Chicago conference. Fortunately, he chanced upon a wealthy traveler by name Miss Catherine Abbott Sanborn on a train en route to Boston. So he was on train en route to Boston. Fortunately, he met a rich lady who helped him to get what? A bona fide certificate from the organization. Okay, and that lady helped him. Through her, he got to know about Mr. J.H. Wright. J.H. Wright, a professor from Harvard University, America. Okay, who was specialized, a professor of Greek literature. He was a professor of Greek literature. Okay, he was serving in Harvard University. J.H. Wright. Okay, he helped Swami in registering his name for the Parliament of Religious Summit, or again Parliament of Religious Conference. So I think I have got another 12 minutes. I know whether I'm capable of covering all that address or the speech. I'll try to just give you the gist of his inaugural and also concluding address. Now look at the way he starts the speech. Sisters and brothers of America. So these are the exact words of Swami Vivekananda. Okay, again, which was addressed. The speech was addressed to the Parliament of Religious Spirit, Chicago, 11th of September, 1893. So he is addressing the gathering. Okay, addressing the gathering. It is the inaugural speech. The full text of Swami's. This is the full text of Swami Vivekananda's Chicago speech, inaugural speech. Sisters and brothers of America, it fills my heart with joy, unspeakable, to rise in response to the warm and cordial welcome which you have given us. I thank you in the name of the most ancient order of monks in the world. I thank you in the name of the mother of religions, that is Hinduism. Okay, because I hail from the land of monks, ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿಗಳ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. I hail from the land of mother of all religions, that is Hinduism, Hindustan. I thank you in the name of mother of all religions. I thank you in the name of millions and millions of Hindu people of all classes and sects. My thanks also goes to some of the speakers on this platform who referring to the delegates from the Orient have told you that these men from far off nations may well claim the honor of bearing to different lands the idea of toleration. So he also thanks the people who are here to advocate what? The idea of toleration, religious toleration. I am proud to belong to a religion which has taught the world both tolerance and universal acceptance. Vasudeva Kutumbakam. So Hinduism has advocated the theory called Vasudeva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. So that is what he means. I am proud to belong to a religion which has taught the world what? Both tolerance and universal acceptance. We believe not only in universal toleration, but we accept all religions as true, as true. I am proud to belong to a nation which has sheltered the persecuted and the refugees of all the religions and all the nations of the earth. I am proud to belong to a nation that has given asylum to all the refugees who belong to different religions. Let it be Jews from Israel, let it be Mohammedans again who belong to again Islam, let it be Buddhists, let it be people from other community religions. India is a Ashraya Tana. It's a country which has given asylum to so many refugees, so many immigrants. Okay, India is like a mother which can hold so many children in her bosom. Yeah. So I am proud to tell you that we have gathered in our bosom the purest remnant of the again Israelites who came to southern India and took refuge with us in the very year in which has sheltered and has still fostered the remnant of the grand Zoroastrian nation. He's speaking about Jews from Israel who came all over from Israel and settled in South India, southern India. So we have given space for even Jews. I will quote to you, brethren, a few lines from a hymn which I remember to have repeated from my earliest boyhood, which is every day repeated by millions of human beings. As a different streams having, this is the exact quotation that he uses, as a different streams having their sources in different places, all mingle their water in the sea. So, O Lord, the different paths which men take through different tendencies, various though they appear, crooked or straight, all lead to thee. We may have different features, we may belong to different religions, we may have different physical features, we may be crooked, we may be straight. Okay, we all will. We may appear like streams. We may appear like different tributaries. But our intention is to what? Like all the tributaries, go and join sea. like people from different races, different religion. We all reach only you. Thee means God. The present convention, which is one of the most august assemblies ever held, is in itself a declaration to the world of the wonderful doctrine preached in the Gita. So he is so happy that he is addressing the august assembly of people from different religion. So he uses a quotation from Gita, Bhagavad Gita. Whomsoever comes to me. So it is Krishna who says that. Whomsoever comes to me through whatsoever form, yare barli, nanatra, yaude rupadalaru barli. Whomsoever comes to me through whatsoever form, I reach him. All men are struggling through paths which in the end lead to me. So people are struggling in different paths, in different roads, but they all reach me. There might be people from different paths, different culture, different background, of different forms or different races, different religious groups. I don't mind. But they all reach me. Ultimately, their end, their destination is to reach me. Whomsoever comes to me, through whatsoever form, I reach him. All men are struggling through past, which is the end lead to me. So sectarianism, bigotry, and its horrible descendant fanaticism have long possessed this beautiful earth. Now he is speaking the reality. This beautiful earth is divided by what? Religious bigotry, horrible descendant of fanaticism, fundamentalism. Okay, religious zealots, Z-E-A-L-O-T-S, zealots, sectarianism, bigotry, very, very strong words. This world is divided by religious fanatics. This beautiful earth is divided by religious fanatics. They filled the earth with violence. These people have filled the earth with violence. There are bomb blasts happening from Bali to Los Angeles, from India to Middle East. Every corner of the world is terrorized in the name of religion. This is what he is targeting. Swami Vivekananda could visualize the future. He could visualize the future. Swami Vivekananda, whatever that is happening today is visualized by Swami Vivekananda in 1883 itself. So they have filled the earth with violence, drenched it often and often with human blood. They have drenched the earth with human blood, destroyed civilization and sent whole nations to despair. Had it not been for these horrible demons, human society would be far more advanced than it now. If there is no scope for these religious extremists, human beings would have developed, would have advanced so much. That is what he means. But their time is come. I fervently hope that the bell that tolled this morning in honor of this convention, may be the death knell of all the fanaticism. He also says that I could hear the bell that starts the convention, the religious convention, today morning. That bell, the ringing of the bell, the sound is indicating what? For him, Swami Vivekananda, it means it's the death knell. It's almost like the death knell for all the fanatics, of all the persecutions with the sword or with the pen, and of all the uncharitable feelings, okay, between persons wending their way to the same goal. Concluding address, Chicago, September 27, 1893. The world's Parliament of Religions has become an accomplished fact, and a merciful Father has helped those who labor to bring it into existence and crown with success their most unselfish labor. My thanks to those noble souls whose large hearts and love of truth first dreamed this wonderful dream and then realized it. Is thanking the people, the organizers of the convention. My thanks to the shower of liberal sentiments that has overflowed this platform. My thanks to this enlightened audience for their uniform kindness to me and for their appreciation of every thought that tends to smooth the friction of religions. So he's happy that such sessions like conventions like this religious summit would erase this what? Erase that such religious frictions, ಘರ್ಷಣೆಗಳು, ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಘರ್ಷಣೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಇಂತಹ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಗಳು ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. A few jarring notes were heard from time to time in this harmony. My special thanks to them, for they have, by their striking contrast, made general harmony the sweeter. Much has been said of the common ground of religious unity. I am not giving just how to venture my own theory, but if anyone here hopes this unity will come by the triumph of any of the religious and the destruction of others, to him I say, brother, yours is an impossible hope. Do I wish that the Christian would become Hindu? God forbid. God forbid. Do I wish that the Hindu or Buddhist would become Christian? God forbid. So it's very, very clear in that. I don't want a Christian to be Hindu or an Hindu to be Christian. People allow people to be like what they are. So he is warning against the people who want to spread their religion across the world and to have a single religion and to abolish and to exterminate all the other religions. Some religion, the people from certain communities, from certain religious groups wants to establish a single religion across the world. He is warning them. The speed is the seed is put into the ground and earth and air. Water are placed around it. Does the seed become the earth, the air, the water? No. It becomes a plant. It develops after the law of its own growth, assimilates the air, the earth, the water, converts them into plant substance, and grows into a plant. Similar is the case with religion. The Christian is not to become a Hindu or Buddhist, nor a Hindu or a Buddhist to become a Christian. But each must assimilate the spirit of others and yet preserve his individuality and grow according to his own law of growth. If the Parliament of religions has shown anything to the world, it is this. It has proved to the world that again purity and charity and helpingness are not exclusive possessions of any church in the world, and that every system has produced men and women of the most exalted character. Okay, in the face of this evidence, if anybody dreams of exclusive survival of his own religion and the destruction of other religions, I pity him from the bottom of my heart and point out to him that upon the banner of every religion will soon be written in spite of resistance, help and not fight, assimilation and not destruction, harmony and peace, not destruction. So these are the exact words of Swami Vivekananda at the concluding speech of the World Religious Summit, which took place on 27th September 1893. Thank you one and all for your patient listening. I hope you do well in the exams. All the best for your exams and for your career. Thank you one and all.
Good afternoon, everyone. In today's session, I'm going to talk about Abhignana Shakuntalam. And as you all familiar with Kalidasa and how he is well-known Sanskrit playwright, and though little is known about Kalidasa, who is widely considered to be the greatest poet and dramatist, who wrote in the classical Sanskrit language and the language of religion and high culture in ancient and medieval India. And we all know, though we know this playwright through his works, especially we all know the Shakuntala story, right? So Abhignana Shakuntalam is well known, well established Sanskrit plays. And let me start my lecture with a famous quotation on this drama as well as the artistry of Kalidasa. Winterness, he is a Western scholar on theaters. He talks about India and Indian theater like this. To quote, no country except India and no language except the Sanskrit can boast of a position so ancient or venerable. This is how he talks about. And regarding Mahakavi Kalidasa, he occupies a very unique place not only in Sanskrit but in world drama, we can say. And even according to many scholars, they can say that even Kalidasa can be compared to Shakespeare. But according to Sanskrit scholars, nobody can overtake Kalidasa in writing drama. So, according to Dr. V. Raghavan, well-known scholar on theatre and arts, he says that Mahakavali Kalidasa, he occupies a very strong place not only in Sanskrit but in the world drama, and also having been acknowledged as the transcending the national milieu and tradition. And he was also established himself as a world poet, admired and studied in almost all corners of the world. And if we say that Kalidasa's work like Shakuntala and some other plays, and every audience, especially the lovers of theatre, they can know him very well, and especially they know him through his works. So one critic even suggested that most of the theories of drama, especially I'm talking about Indian drama, including those contained in the eminence of the poet, which has rather increased with time or than diminish. So, Ed Kalidasa belongs to a very rich dramatic tradition, that is that Indian theatre. So, it's possible that he wrote under the patronage of the Gupta dynasty. We all know, if you are a history student, you know better than me, right? Because I'm a literature student, and it's possible that he might belong to that Gupta period where he got a patronage of the Gupta dynasty, and which ruled most of the Indian subcontinent during his lifetime. So he was probably a member of the Brahmin family, which was considered as the priestly class during those days. And the benedictions in the prologues of his plays suggested that he was a particular devotee of the gods Shiva and Kali. Okay, Mahakali and or his consort Kali. So that's why Kalidasa means he is a devotee of Kali or the servant of Kali. The name, in order to know the significance of his name. So the recognition of Shakuntala, which means Abhimanana Shakuntala, means the recognition of Shakuntala. When we translate into English, it is considered to be his masterpiece, and it is widely translated because, as we all know the story, and obviously you might have seen Dr. Rajkumar's movie Mahar Kavi Kalidasa. There, obviously, we know the story of Shakuntala, where it is considered as a romance, right? A romantic play, and obviously it has established, and we can say that it was a cult setting drama during those days. So but Kalidas also wrote two other plays like Malavika and Agnimitra and Urvashi won by valor, as well as other epic poems and other poetry. So Kalidasa's writings draw heavily from ancient Hindu texts. Basically, his all of his dramas or plays, whatever he had written, they were all they had its origin in Ramayana or Mahabharata, the Hindu epics. And these are the two vast and very huge Sanskrit epics filled with mythology and Hindu teachings. So let me tell you about the major components of Sanskrit drama, since we are dealing with Sanskrit drama. And there are three important major components here in Sanskrit drama. One is plot, in order to say, put it in Sanskrit term, Vastu, Neta, and Rasa. Vastu means plot of the plot, which means the story of the play. Then Neta means hero of the play or Nayaka of the play, and sentiment. Rasa means sentiment. So these are the three major components which form the Sanskrit drama in Indian theatre tradition. So let me analyze what is Vastu. So Vastu is considered to be the heart and soul of the play, because if the story is solid, then only a playwright can achieve his goal, and even he can get his name and fame. So it is of two types: the principal or the adhikarik, or we can even say that accessory or prasarangik. The former is about the chief characters involved in the delineation of the basic concerns and interest of the drama, and generally dominate the major part of the play, while the latter centers around the characters besides the protagonists, and which develop the events as well as the incidents that are aimed to advance the main story. So again comes the Pataka and Prakari. These are all Sanskrit terms again. There are two kinds of Prasangik, and Pataka seems to control the movement of the play, and whereas especially Pataka can also be considered as the banner, and whereas the Prakari, since it deals with subsidiary events and which has limited importance, and one in which the particular principal characters take no part. So basically, Sanskrit dramas, Bharata's Natya Shastra is the base, and based on how for Greek tragedy, Aristotle's poetics is the base, and based on Aristotle poetics, everything has been dealt with. And here in Indian drama, or here we have Bharata's Natya Shastra, and this is the base, and this is the Bible, I can say, because it, according to it, there are three more factors which help in comprises the circumstances which evolve gradually through several happenings and lead to the final result or results. Though obviously the plot or vastu of the play, which moves through five important stages or avasthas. And in the beginning we have arambha, which means the beginning, and effort, yatna, then prospect of success, which we can say that prapulyasa, and fourth one is the removal of hurdles ready to attainment, and Niyapati, or achievement of the coveted goal, that is Patagon. So these are the important things or the components we can have in every each and every Sanskrit play. Then let me analyze what kind of a hero actually fill the what space of the Nayaka, or in Sanskrit drama. So character has a significant place in drama, especially any drama, Greek drama or English drama or Western drama or Indian drama for that matter, because it is very important, and it is significant because it suggests the personification of role types which embedded in Indian culture. Because since we are talking about Sanskrit drama, obviously the Nayaka or the Neta, he represents our culture and tradition, so obviously he plays a very greater role. Hope you are following me. Then it also indicates the reiteration of the social hierarchy in a well ordered universe, and especially which also fits its own identity. That's why not only hero and even the heroine, the Naika, okay, she also plays a major role. And before Naika, we can say one step ahead, the Vidushaka, or he, because in Sanskrit plays a Sutradhara or Vidushaka, they play a very important role or vital role, all together with or along with hero or the Nayaka of the play. So, hero or Neta is always accompanied by some faithful assistant or attendant. They are very loyal to him. They are called the Vidushaka, and he is devoted to the master, and he is very clever. Like if, for example, I can quote Tenali Rama, right, of Krishna Devaraya's court, and he is though he is Vidushaka, but he is very clever, and he has wit and humor, and that's why he considered is as Vidushaka of that court, Krishna Devaraya's court. So just I am giving the example for this. So Vidushaka is always clever, and he is very wit. His speeches are always filled with wit. Wit means intelligence. Then Vidushaka is also a constant companion to the hero, and whose business consists in the repartees of wit in helping his friend in his love makings and love intrigues, and thus assisting in the general document of the play. So obviously, there are not only hero, the role of hero is important here, or the Nayaka is important here, along with that, Vidushaka and heroine. And in Sanskrit play, especially of Kalidasa's play, the hero and the heroine are considered as the focal dramatic vehicle. Okay, he says like that. They are both of them, the Nayaka and the Nayika, and they are considered as the focal dramatic vehicle for exposing the state of mind of the playwright, and as well as the audience. That's why Naika or the heroine is always a noble and goddess like, whereas the Nayak appearing as a wife of the hero and Swaya, or belonging to another, or just a common woman sometimes, like Shakuntala in this play. And let me explain what is rasa, because so far I was talking about plot of the story, which means vastu. The three major components of Sanskrit dramas are: one is Vastu, second one is Neta or the Nayaka, and the third one is the Rasa theory. or the rasa or the sentiment. Obviously, the rasa constitutes an important component of Sanskrit drama because it is associated with the elements of pleasure, because rasa means it has to give pleasure to the audience, and that's why, and it is believed to be a response to the manifestation of potentialities presented in a drama, and any kind of a drama in general I'm talking about. So like a meal in which all the tastes and the ingredients of the various dishes are preferred and harmonized, is this rasa, in that way rasa also plays a very vital role in Sanskrit dramas. And this is the regarding the background of Sanskrit drama and Indian theatre. And let me move on to the historical context of Shakuntala, this play, what I'm going to discuss in this session. The story of Shakuntala, as we all know, that which originates in the Mahabharata, the epic of India, the Indian epic, a large collection of legendary and philosophical and religious material that dates at least as early as 400 BC. So Shakuntala's son Sarvadamana, later called Bharata, he is a legendary emperor in the work, and it is believed to be that in India, Bharata is named after this Bharata. Okay, so and one of the official names of modern India, and this is what. Hope you are I'm audible enough. So that's why the story of Shakuntala, as I told you, that it dates back to 400 BCE. So Shakuntala's son Sarvadhamana, and later called Bharata, is a legendary emperor in the work and one of the official names of modern India, Bharata, which may derive from this story. And what I can say that the Mahabharata attained its final textual form and became pervasive in Indian culture around what I can say, the 4th century BCE. So that's why the Mahabharata, which attained its final textual form and which became a pervasive in Indian culture around the time that Kalidasa lived in 4th century CE, the Gupta period, dating from approximately the mid 3rd to the mid 5th century, is sometimes known as the Golden Age because of the tremendous cultural flowering across the Indian subcontinent during these centuries, with Shakuntala being a prominent literary example. Other book, let me give you some examples of other books related to Shakuntala. Are the story of Shakuntala is a dramatic expansion of an episode in the first book in the massive Sanskrit epic, the especially the Mahabharata. So, because Kalidasa is considered to occupy an equivalent position in classical Indian drama as Shakespeare occupies in English literature, such plays as You Like It, Antony and Cleopatra, and Midsummer Night's Dream by Shakespeare, which also provide interesting comparison to Shakuntala's theme. And regarding the setting of the play is that in the Himalayan foothills, and this play can be considered as the classic of Indian literary tradition. So the another the German writer like John Wolfgang, and he was so taken with Shakuntala, newly introduced in Europe in 1700, I think 17th century, that he adapted its prologue when writing his own play Faust. And you must be thorough with this German writer Goethe. You must be, at least you might have heard of this name. So, what kind of language has been used here? That is also very important. That he uses a very simple language, and only if you can understand what Sanskrit you can read it. But now we have translations of many kinds of various versions of translation of this play. So this play Kalidasa actually employs a mixture of languages. One is classical Sanskrit and another Prakrit. So this is a blend of Sanskrit and Prakrit language. Kalidasa has used this kind of language in this play. Related and but relatively unsystematic, a collection of popular dialects. Sanskrit is primarily spoken by the educated upper class male characters during those days, because we are talking about 4th century CE, right? So obviously Prakrit is spoken by the female characters and lower class male characters. And as we all know, just I would like to give the story in a nutshell form. And as we all know that Dushanta, he is the king in northern India, and he is also racing along his chariot when the play opens, and he has been for what he has been to forest for hunting, and he was about to shoot a deer. Suddenly a forest dwelling ascetic, a sannyasi, okay, a dwelling ascetic, he wants him not to shoot, because since the deer belongs to the nearby hermitage of Kanva's ashrama, a great sage. We all know that Kanva is a great sage. So the ascetic invites King Dushanta to visit the hermitage, and which is under his royal protection. We know the what standards, or we can say the protocol of the kings or queens of those days. So suddenly a forest dwelling asset, he invites him to his ashrama, that is Kanva's ashrama, hermitage. And obviously he explains that Kanwa is not at home, but the sage daughter Shakuntala will take care of you, and she is there to receive the guests. And when the king enters the hermitage, he notices that Shakuntala and her two friends Ansuya and Priyamvada, they were watering the sacred trees, and he hides behind the tree in the shadows to observe them. And we can say that it was a love at first sight. So instantly drawn to Shakuntala's beauty, Dushanta was mesmerized by her beauty, right? So Shakuntala was so very simple, very, we can say that she is very mild, simple, and she has that grace and charm. So when Dushanta reveals his presence, a flustered Shakuntala is immediately attracted to him too, obviously. So though Shakuntala is modest and shy, the king questions Shakuntala's friend about her and offers her his signet ring, that is the main twist of the story. And before the king has to concoct a reason to linger near the hermitage, he is asked to protect the ascetic from the evil spirits in Kanva's absence. Because there were some demons, they were troubling those ascetics in the ashrama. So he quickly dispels the demons, then overhears Shakuntala, that who is desperately lovesick and confiding her feelings for him to her friends. And he overhears that their conversation regarding him. And even Shakuntala was also fallen sick. What kind of a sick? That loved sick of Dushyanta. So he emerges from hiding, and he openly declares his love towards Shakuntala. Then their mutual declaration effectively constitutes a secret marriage before Dushyanta. Actually, they happen to marry a kind of Gandhar. So after Dushanta is forced to return to his capital, Shakuntala is so distracted that she unintentionally offends Durvasas, because when Shakuntala was deeply in thought of Dushanta, because he had to leave for his kingdom, because he had so many works to attend to. And in his absence, the Durvasa enters, and we all know that Durvasa Muni, or he is a sage. He is known for his anger and a short-tempered sage. And when he visits that hermitage, he was not treated. Actually, he was not welcomed by Shakuntala, though because she was deeply in thinking of somebody. So Durvasa, he puts a curse on her, that whom she is thinking of, and the person should forget her. This is a curse he puts. But when Priyamvada and Ansuya, they intercedes, and they request him to grant the sight of a moment, and they say, both of them, because they were very good friends of Shakuntala, they request him to give solution for this curse. And then he says that only if she presents a signet of a memento, that especially the signet ring, then the curse will cure, and it will lift the curse on Shakuntala, and both of them, not only Shakuntala and even the Dushyanta. So after Kanwa returns, he celebrates Shakuntala's good fortune because he comes to know that Kanwa sage, he is elderly sage of that hermitage, and he feels very happy, and because thinking that Shakuntala's good fortune, and sends her to join her husband, escorted by the seers and other sages of the ashrama or hermitage. So in the capital, what was happening when Dushyanta receives a word that a party from, or the group of people from Kanwa's hermitage are on their way to meet him, he was quite surprised and uneasy. He felt uneasy because the curse was prevailing on him, right? So he could not able to know, because he had completely forgotten Shakuntala only unless she present that signet ring. So, to Shakuntala's grief, and she was so unfortunate, I can say that she was baffled. And because when the defensive king denies that having any connection with Shakuntala, because we all know that Durvasa's curse was prevailing on him. And when she tries to show him the signet ring as a reminder, she discovers that the ring is also missing from her finger. Because what happens on their way from Kanwa's hermitage to Dushanta's place, in on their way they had to halt for a while to have their food, and when she goes to wash her hands off, then the ring, it falls into that stream river. So this is how she lost her ring, but she could not able to find it out where she had lost. So Dushanta relents, and she agrees, and he also agrees to house Shakuntala, or he agrees to give shelter to Shakuntala until she gives birth to a child. And even Raja Purohit or Raja Pandit, they say that if the child born to her resembles the features of the king, then we'll accept that this lady is your wife, like that. So Dushanta also agrees, okay, let me give shelter to this lady until she gives birth to a child. But before he can do so, Shakuntala is spirited away to the celestial realm by nymphs. And someone, they came and told him that when on their way to that, what we can say, the harem, where the princes and queens live in a kingdom, on their way, and the middle of their way, mid of they, some nymph had came in the form of a bird, and they took her away. And a poor fisherman, after a few days, a poor fisherman discovers the king's signet ring, because in that ring they engraved the name of a king. Okay, so that's called a signet ring. A poor fisherman, he discovers the king's signet ring in the belly of a fish. Okay, and even see, imagine, even Kalidasa is such a creative artist or such a creative playwright. He also names the fish in his play that the fish is called the Rohita. Okay, Rohita fish. So the fisherman, he finds this ring in the belly of that Rohita fish, which was quite a big fish, and it is threatened with execution. So but he is let go with a reward after the king seeing that ring. He remembers everything, corroborates his story, because the moment he sees that signet ring, he recollects the memory. He's having connection with Shakuntala, and we had been to what hermitage of Kanwa, and that hunting scene and everything. So soon after, Sanumati, a nymph and a friend of Shakuntala's mother, spies at the palace to find out why the spring festival has been cancelled. So she learns that the king, overwhelmed by depression and remorse over Shakuntala, which has forbidden the celebration of the, what I can say, the some spring festival. So Dushanta continues to obsess over the situation until Matali, the god Indra's charioteer, the one who drives the chariot of Indra, Matali. Okay, and he appears at his palace and takes him away on an urgent mission. And this is how, what we can say, the Kalidasa has written or woven plot in such a way that we readers, we feel so curious to know what happens next, right? And once you open the text, till the end of that text, nobody wants to keep the text down. That's why when he Dushanta leaves with Matali, towards Indraloka. See how there was an access from Bhuloka to Indraloka, from earth to heaven, and takes him away on an urgent mission to fight the demons in Indraloka. So 6 years, after 6 years, King Dushanta has successfully vanquished the demons and been duly honored by God Indra. And when Matali and the king tour the earth in a flying chariot, they descend to visit Maricha's ashrama, Maricha's hermitage. So a celestial realm of the demigods, especially. So here the king is astonished to meet a little boy, a small boy, who was greatly resembles him. Okay, because it was during that 6 years of space, during that the span of 6 years, so many things have changed on earth because in the absence of Dushyanta. So here the king is astonished to meet a small boy who exactly resembles him. And when he picks up the boy's protective amulet, able to be touched only by its parents, okay, because he had a protective amulet, and if somebody comes and touch that amulet, it will turns into a serpent, but it can be touched only by the boy and its parents, and it is clear that that boy is whose son? Dushanta's son. Obviously, Dushanta and Shakuntala's son. And he confirms that the boy Sarvadamana is indeed his own child and the prophesied world ruler, Bharata. And then Shakuntala enters, and though it takes her three of them to talk with Maricha, the sage, and he explains Durvasa's curse and telling the couple not to blame themselves or one another because it's all a game of a fate and chance. Because what their destiny plays a vital role in their lives, so they have to face all these troubles and impediments in their lives. So Maricha confirms that Sarvadamana's destiny and blesses the family and sending them home to live in Dushanta's court. So after listening to these stories, you might be thorough with or understand what are the important themes of this play. One is here Kalidasa, a great playwright, he talks about the natural world and the physical beauty as well as the spiritual beauty, right? So this play, the Abhignana Shakuntala, is the greatest work we can say by classical Indian playwright Kalidasa, and perhaps the most renowned Sanskrit play. And we should all agree with this. And it is a lush work because it is evergreen work, which means just imagine this play was written in 4th century BC, and even now, even in 21st century, we are reading this play, which says that obviously it is a very well-known work and well-established work, and it's a cult setting drama. So the setting is the setting is marked by the beauties of the forested Himalayan foothills, and where the young hermitage dwelling girl like Shakuntala falls in love with King Dushanta. As the action develops, Shakuntala and the king they falling in love and being separated by a curse and ultimately reuniting at the end, especially after years of grief, sorrow, and pain and curse develops a connection between the external appearances as well as the deeper inner truths, right? So first, the natural world reflects the interior state of the mind of main characters, and then similarly the bodies of these characters, especially the physical attraction of these characters, manifest the notion or the condition of their hearts. So as the play moves on or the goes on, this connection continues and but becomes less straightforward, but youthful physical beauty or attraction gives way to a more subdued spiritual vibrancy by the final act. Right? Obviously, we have to understand that how the play begins with a physical attraction and ends with a spiritual vibrancy at the end. So, through this progression of the plot or the story of this play, Kalidasa argues that the highest manifestation of beauty is actually that which has been developed through suffering. because it reveals a deeper spiritual refinement. Obviously, we could say that because of that pain, grief, even Dushanta, we could find a deeper spiritual and refinement. And here, even in Shakuntala's, right? So the natural world of the play reflects human romantic desire, especially in Shakuntala's case, because her years of devotion to the hermitage trees have created such a strong bond between her and the natural world. Because once you read this drama you can understand, once she wants to meet Dushanta, once she especially the Kanwa, the hermitage of the head of that hermitage, he sends Shakuntala away from his hermitage. We could able to see the heartrending situation where Kalidasa has portrayed in such a way that even the flora, fauna, and the every trees and animals, they used to cry for the Shakuntala's farewell. Okay, so that's why there exists a strong bond between Shakuntala and the natural world. So Shakuntala's beloved jasmine tree, the light of the forest, and whom she says that she would only forget to water when I forgot myself, is a symbol of her own impending union with King Dushyanta. So, in a suggestive passage that which also hints in course of the play that she herself is ripe for that age of romance, and Shakuntala dreamily remarks that the union of this tree and this jasmine has taken place at the most wonderful time. And the jasmine is a young plant covered in fresh blossoms. The mango has soft buds and ready for enjoyment. So these are the words and these are the lines from the text. This is how Kalidasa portrays the union of Shakuntala and Dushanta to that of jasmine and mango tree. Got it? And when Shakuntala confides in her friend Priyamvada about her true love towards King Dushanta, Priyamvada affirms that Shakuntala's attraction to a king is only natural. And he says, my dear, and how lucky then that your desires at one with nature, where should a great river wend, and if not to the sea? And this is how Priyamvada affirms Shakuntala's, because you are very lucky enough, and what you are desired for one man like Dushanta, it is somewhat like how river it strives and desires to union with the sea. So what plants lush enough for the jasmine to entwine if not the mango? So this is how Kalidasa is very well known in using all these similes, metaphors, and what we can say the alankaras of in Kannada, they say. In English, we say that figures of speech. How he compares each and every situation with the help of symbols and images. So after marrying Dushanta in secret, like Gandharva Vivaha, when Shakuntala departs from the forest to join her husband in the capital city, the tree themselves bless her. And how do the trees bless her especially? So it is also very well written by what I can say, Kalidasa. So it was a tree itself, spun this moon white cloth, and a tree that oozed lack to redden her feet, and the gods of the trees that conjured these jewels had sprouting from branches like fresh green shoots. So a voice in the forest air even speaks a blessings for Shakuntala's auspicious journey into married life. So Shakuntala is so closely associated with the natural habitat of her youth that her desires are expressed in terms of the beauty and fecundity of the forest. But in this play, this association between inner human feelings and outer realities isn't entirely unique to her. Emotional states like love, grief, pain, which all manifest in the characters' bodies as well. And as the plays goes on, their physical attraction and their physical states reflect their feelings on their faces, and even we readers we can able to recognize it, and just as the natural world reflects Shakuntala's. And for instance, in the world of the play, the love sickness is not a metaphor, but a real physical malady that reveals the state of character's heart. It is matters a lot. And in Act 3, when Dushanta is in doubt that Shakuntala's love for him, because the curse was prevailing on him, and her physical state makes it plain that, and he says in the course of the text that now it is the heat, or is it the heat? And she are smeared with the lotus balm, her and her fiber bracelet slips her wrist, and her body is racked and lovely still. The summer sears her, but so does love, and love with greater skill. And this is how, though he doubts her true love towards him, but still somewhere he was deeply attracted to her physical beauty. So, in other words, her pining for Dushanta manifests in symptoms even more blatant, those of heart stone. Okay, so the king also suffers in harmony with his beloved, and he says that my golden bracelet shuttles up and down my arm, made slim by love's cruel wastage of my bow scarred limbs. So, in other words, the bodies of, especially their physical union of both the characters, are fundamentally connected to and affected by their inner emotional conditions, because both of them were too emotional. And similarly, in the later in the play, the physical suffering is also caused by the love sickness is echoed by that caused by remorse and grief, and both of them they suffer physically and mentally because of their love sickness. So here, however, physical decline, though it does not look as vibrant as youthful longing and love sickness do, reveals a more refined spiritual beauty than even early romance could create. So in Act 6, after the curse has been broken and the king has remembered everything, Shakuntala and their union, and he dresses as a penitent, because one who regrets for what they have done. Penitent means one who regrets for his errors, or his what we can say, the wrong things what he had committed. What wrong things he had committed by rejecting Shakuntala when she came to meet him, right? So he appears that wasted with remorse. And his Shambhaline observes, instead of jewels, Dushanta wears a single band, and above his left hand wrist, and his lips are cracked by sighs, brooding all night, has drained his eyes. There is no charm in his eyes of luster, and or yet, just as grinding reveals a germ, his austerity lays bare an inner brilliance and an ideal form. So, like when he was newly in love, Dushyanta is in thin, sleepless, and faded, but now his condition lays bare. And we can see that both spiritually, mentally, physically, Dushyanta as well as Shakuntala too withered by 6 years of sadness and 6 years of separateness because of the effect of that curse. Okay, so the play's treatment of this beauty, both physical and spiritual beauty, makes even more sense when considered in relation to the play's religious context. So, in the culturally Hindu world of the play, signs of physical reunion, or we can say the renunciation, are understood to reflect detachment from the world, and thus the greater closeness with that. Then another important theme of this play is duty versus love. Okay, duty, the responsibility versus love, because throughout this play, duty and love are closely intertwined, and this connection is in keeping with the importance of dharma, duty, responsibility in Hindu practice at the same time. So dharma along with artha means material success, that economy, and kama, the desire, which was very well understood to be one of the primary goals of human existence. Hope you all agree with me, right? So these are the three important components which forms our human existence on the earth. From I can see that while the ultimate goal of that existence was to attain moksha, right? According to Hindu mythology, these are the four important things: dharma, artha, kama, moksha. So, in order, all these first three important components will help us to attain moksha or liberation from worldly existence. So, in this play, there is particular tension between dharma and kama, and the structure of the play from opposition between duty and love during Shakuntala's courtship to failed efforts to harmonize them in the middle of the play because of Durvasa's curse. So early in the play that we can see both love and duty are seen together as being at odds with each other, and duty is even used as an excuse to pursue love. For example, when Dushanta first sees Shakuntala, it was love at first sight, and the king sees obviously something incongruous about Shakuntala's devotion to religious duty, and to him, Shakuntala's desirable physical beauty seems a mesmerizing thing for him, and it is wasted in her life of seclusion, like ascetic striving, because she is what I can say, the habitant of ashrama. And how can we expect her to dress in a way of a princess or a queen, right? So, meanwhile, Shakuntala's first experience of passion seems to her to be incompatible with her lifelong religious piety. So, as soon as Dushyanta reveals himself in the ascetic grove, Shakuntala thinks that, but how can it have happened that simply at the sight of this man? I am shaken with a passion so at odds with a religious life. So, this is how she thinks. And all these years, she has been the inhabitant of that ashrama, always chanting mantras and doing pujas and busy herself with worships. And that's why she questions herself that how can it be possible? Because all these years of meditation or seclusion, which led me or which shaken me for a minute when I saw Dushanta. And this is rather transparently, Dushyanta then uses his sacred loyal duties to defend that oppressed with special care for safeguarding the rights of the ascetics of Kanvas ashrama or hermitage as a cover for romantic desire. And later he tells Shakuntala and her friends that I have been appointed as minister for religious welfare, because here Kalidasa very well, in a very good manner, he talks about the duties of a king. That's why he says, here I have been appointed as a minister for religious welfare, and in that capacity I have come to this sacred place, this sacred forest, to ensure your rituals are not obstructed in any way. And Dushanta here is not actually connecting duty and love together, and rather he is using duty as a lie to pursue love, because he can't directly or openly say that I am in love with Shakuntala. Instead, he says he just pretends that, of course, I am performing all this duty for your sake, but inside, at his heart, he is actually in love with Shakuntala. So, which displays this at this point, as described in this stage direction, we audience we can feel that Shakuntala obviously displays all the embarrassment of erotic attraction. So she apparently sees through Dushanta's eyes or rules or his attitude or in his behavior that at any rate she is aware that her own religious devotion is more likely to be obstructed, not helped by her attraction to this man. So before and in the middle of the text, or in the middle of the story, there is a struggle to harmonize love and duty. And in Act 2, Dushanta is asked to protect the ashram for a few nights in the sage Kanwa's absence, because Kanwa was away on some work, right? He is away from his the hermitage. So, but no sooner has he agreed to this than a messenger arrives with a competing obligation, that a request from his mother to participate in ritual fast in the capital. So he says, I have to weigh my duty to the ascetic against the request of a reverend, what we can say, the revered parent or revered mother, and neither can be ignored. So he finally decides in favor of staying close to Shakuntala in the ashram, though he knows that duty will eventually tear him away. because at least we could able to see that though he is very dutiful king and very responsible king, still he falls again and again for Shakuntala. So even in Act 3, we could able to see that how Priyamvada somewhat coyly, shyly brings love and duty together by casting Shakuntala's love sickness in terms of king's duty. And they say it is the king's duty to relieve the pain of those who live in his realm. So if you would save Shakuntala's life, you must take her under your protection. So Priyamvada here, she acts as a bridge between Shakuntala and Dushanta, and in a very dramatic manner or filmy going style, she says, because you are the king and it is your duty to take or relieve the pain of those who are suffering. And who is suffering here? Shakuntala is suffering from love sickness. And in Act 4, we can also see that Anasuya worries that once the king returns to his capital, who can say whether he will remember what happened in the forest? Because Anasuya is so much concerned and she is considerate towards Shakuntala, and she worries a lot because we know how the high class people, especially here, king, he belongs to that level and he belongs to such an upper class in that social order, and whether he, who knows whether he will remember what happened in the forest, which means what had taken place between Dushanta and Shakuntala, right? So but the Dushanta's passion might fade under the pressures of royal duty. The audience knows that, especially we readers know that uh, Dushanta will literally forget Shakuntala because of a curse, right? And in Act 6, he hears about the death of a childless merchant, and this is also very important episode where we can say that he hears about the death of a childless merchant and is overcome with grief about his own, because though he had many uh, queens in his harem, but he was a childless father. Okay, so when a merchant in the city dies as a childless father, and he was worried about his own position. So he, since he has no children, his own ancestors must be wondering who will feed us in the afterlife. So as he does now, if there is no heir. In this context, having son is not just a sign of earthly prosperity, but a guarantee that one's forebears will continue to be honored even after their death. So, put it in another way, in the creation of children, love and duty are intertwined. So, that's Dushanta's lack of child. Is also a great shame for him, and which is also an indication of his failure in both duty and love. And in the play's final act, we could able to see that how love and duty finally achieve harmony, because Indra's charioteer Matali, he interrupts Dushanta's grief with a summons to fulfill his kingly duty to fight against demons in Indraloka. So he takes him there and they descend to the mountains of the demigod, where we could able to see the hermitage of sage Maricha, which leads a life of asceticism. And here Dushanta discovers his own son, Sarvadamana, which leads to his and Shakuntala's recognition and reunion again. So the three are finally united as a family unit, and theirs, along with their son, the fruit of their passion, and which is prophesied to become a world ruler, the Bharata. And even India is named after his name, Bharata Kanta, and his rule is called as Bharatavarsha, right? So thus the three important character here, the three of them together constitute the fulfillment of duty as well as of love, and all in a place oriented towards spiritual liberation. Harmony between duty and love is finally achieved. And as Dushanta prepares to return to his capital and the worldly realm of duty with his wife and son, Maricha blesses them and he. So this is how he blesses. And especially no longer is there tension between love and duty, because finally it has been achieved and they have been integrated, and such as that Dushanta can fulfill his duties as husband, as king, as a religious devotee, and as a father without a sense of strain or disharmony. And the other important themes of this play is prophecies and curses. And we all know the whole story is built, or the whole story is surrounded or revolves around these two important things, prophecies and curses. Throughout this play, supernatural things or supernatural beings like gods, nymphs, and demons, they play a vital role, and they also play a powerful utterances like sages' prophecies and curses. So even bodily omens experienced by the main characters are ever present. In fact, none of the main events would take place without these demons or prophecies or nymphs, right? So in fact, none of the events would take place if it weren't for such new supernatural things. And what is supernatural? We can say that supernatural things are prophecies, curses, because of the demons and gods, right? So such interventions appear to work outside the limits of human plans and intentions. Of course, these things, especially the destiny, the fate, or the coincidences, chances, they are all not in our hands of human beings, suggesting that in the play they have meant to signal to audiences that something is going to happen in somebody's life. So what is that? The inscrutability and the inevitability of divine plans or the plans of destiny. So, prophecy frames the entire play, specifically the prophecy that Dushyanta will father a world emperor. And when Dushyanta refrains from shooting the deer, the deer hunting incident belonging to the hermitage, one of the forest dwelling ascetics voices the prophetic wish. It says that in the beginning of the play, we hear, Great Lord of the Lunar Dynasty. Lunar Dynasty means Surya Vamsha. Okay, the Great Lord of the Lunar Dynasty. May you have a son with all your virtues, destined to rule the world. So the very first line of this will gives us a hint that he is going to be the father of a son who is going to rule the world. Got it? So he merely thanks the Brahmin at the time, not thinking much about it. And at the end of the play, we all witnesses that, however, when Dushyanta sees a small boy, little boy, playing with a cub means lion cub, okay? A small or child of a lion. So playing with a lion cub in Maricha's ashram, he notices that the marks of the world ruler on the boy's body, and he could able to foresees the future of that small boy, and later he discovers that that boy is none other than his own son. So when his paternity of the child is fiction, so therefore the place, the entire place, or the place entire sequence of events, from Dushanta's detour into the hermitage to his marriage to Shakuntala and to Shakuntala's removal to the celestial realm, is shown to have been directed toward specific higher purpose, namely the future emperor's birth and celestial upbringing. So, in the similar way, the central drama of the play, or the central part of this play, is driven by a curse that estranges the heroic couple but ultimately can't prevent their spiritual, powerful reunion at the end. So, what was the curse? We all know the reason why Shakuntala and the king initially meet is because of her father, the sage Kanma, and who would normally have met the king and is not at home, and because he has gone on a pilgrimage to appease the gods on her behalf and avert her a hostile fate. So, though this fate is not named, and it is presumably the curse that will soon be pronounced against Shakuntala by Durvasa, right? That's what I told you. Durvasa's curse also gives a sudden twist to the play, right? When Shakuntala, distracted after Dushyanta has returned to the business of the capital, and accidentally slides the short-tempered sage, and he utters that that man whose brilliance robs your thought of everything, and including me, a great ascetic fired by penance, and that man, though prompted, shall not remember you at all. This is the curse, which means that on whom you are thinking now, and though I am the greatest sage, I am standing before you, the man whom you are thinking now should not remember you. So this is what his curse was, and like a drunken sot who cannot recall what he said in his cups the night before. So if Shakuntala had not been distracted by his the love sickness and accidentally offended the sage, and it was not deliberately she had done, right, and it was accidental, and this curse would not have been spoken, and yet if her father hadn't had some premonition of the curse and gone on pilgrimage to avert it, she would not have been home alone to meet and fall in love with Dushanta in the first place. We all know. So when the curse goes on to effect, it results in the couple agonizing at spiritually fruitful separation. And both of them, though they were away, both of them were thinking of each other, right? So like the prophecy of their son's birth, the curse reverberates across time, seemingly out of proportion to the event that prompted it. So these episodes or these events or these sequence of accidents or incidents or what we can say coincidence, seemingly unavoidable sequences of events, suggests that supernatural pronouncement like curses and prophecies don't operate according to human wishes or human intention, and can lead to a greater consequence, even good ones, than anyone foresees. That's why the great people say that what man proposes, God disposes, right? So, audiences, we learners or literature lovers, we watch this play, Shakuntala, would likely to have been familiar with the cultural meanings behind prophecies, curses, and many other supernatural signs like evil omens that occur in the play. But even without that familiarity and complexity of this recurring or overlapping signs in the play, shows that there are mysterious powers at work which bring about events much bigger than the mundane circumstances in which they first appear. So finally we can see that this play is a very impressive play, and it is very interesting, and it is a multi-layered exploration of concealment and revelation, which occurs most clearly in the complete hiddenness of Shakuntala and Dushanta from one another during their 6 years separation brought about by a curse. And hope you all enjoyed this play, and this is very wonderful play which deals with very sensible, what I can say, subtle issues like what duty, responsibility, love, and love sickness, everything. So the trajectory of Kalidasa's play from a playful courtship in the obscurity of the hermitage forest to a divinely prophesied marriage that ultimately rules over the whole realm suggests that the play is about more than just one couple complicated romance, right, rather than it is simply being complicated. And the play suggests that this romance has a place in the cosmic order of things, whereas thus it can be permanently thwarted by human or supernatural opposition, no matter how it may have been hidden at various points. And that's all for today. And I'm going to end my session. And if you have any doubts, you can contact us, and you can post your what comments or feedbacks to us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, one and all, for your patient listening. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, one and all. Today, you're from morning, you're listening the open elective class. Okay, I heard you have already attended 3 hours, and today is the fourth hour, where I'll be talking about one of the important Sanskrit play from written by Shudraka, that is Mruchakatika. Mruchakatika is an important Sanskrit play. When you look at outset of the play, you can easily understand it is the story of Mruchakatika. Mruchakatika is means the cart done by prepared by clay, which means clay cart. Okay, so this is the story all about the clay cart, and the word or the concept clay cart serves two purposes. One is you can see that it is a thing and it is a plaything where children make use of that and they play during their hours playing time, and also it is symbol of tenderness. Even though clay stands as a solid mud where it can be used for molding it, where it can be used for preparing any items of your choice, still it has the texture which is of not more of a solitude or not less of a liquid. It can be molded as it is needed. And here Bruchakatika stands as a symbol of love. It stands as a symbol of nobility. It stands as a symbol of support. Okay, support and virtuous behavior of a person. So when we look at, before getting into the discussion of the play, we must also see to it that what is the role and importance of Shudraka in the field of Sanskrit plays. Okay, when we look at the at outset, you need to understand the stylistic of a play when compared to a Sanskrit play, how Western plays are different. For example, Shakespeare. So there is not much of a difference from Eastern, that is Sanskrit play, and that of Western plays. It is more one and the same, the stylistic. But when we look at the characters in which they are introduced, and the characters in which they are dealing with, their functionality is completely different. And here the chorus, the role of a chorus is done, that is the Western stylistic, whereas coming to the Eastern, Vidushan, or the prelude of what we call in the Western play, in the Eastern play, we talk it as, we said as prastavana. So these are some of the stylistics which you need to keep in mind. So coming to the discussion of Shudraka, who is this Shudraka? Shudraka in Indian tradition is a brave and handsome king. It is also believed that he is the king, and he is well versed with Rigveda, Samaveda, and mathematics, and many other subjects were of his interest. Being the king, he was also a devotee of Shiva and performed many of the yagas like yagna, or yagas like Ashwamedha yagna, and many of the other yagnas. And he died at the ripe old age of 100 years and 10 days, and composed the love story of Charudatta and Vasanta Sen. And King Shudraka is also believed to be the author of Mruchakatika. When we look at the storyline of Mruchakatika, people are of much discussion, the belief that this story is derived from two resources. One is Basha's play. Basha is the name of a okay. Basha's plays Charudatta, and the other source is that the story of Charudatta and Vasanta Sena in Brihat Katha. So these are the two stories which is believed to be drawn the source from. Why critics are of the opinion? Why people are of the opinion saying that these things, these storyline is drawn from these many people? Why? Because when we look at the stylistics of or the plot structure, what we call okay plot structure of Nrityakatika, many of the instances are similar to that of Basha's Charudatta. What is so technically similar from Basha's excuse Basha's Charudatta? Basha's Charudatta consists of first four acts, only four acts. Okay, Basha's story of Charudatta or the play Charudatta consists of only four acts. So the first four acts of Mruchakatika, whatever Shudraka's Mruchakatika, the first four acts, the storyline is exactly the same as that of Basha's Charudatta. Okay, and other important point is Charudatta's four acts. Basha's Charudatta consists only four acts, and Shudraka's Mruchakatika consists of 10 acts. And these are some of the key points which you need to remember when we speak about Mrichakatika. And coming to the discussion of Mrichakatika, this is the story about two important people. One is the traditional Brahmin, that is Charudatta, and courtesan of Ujjain. Okay, this play is set in Ujjain. It is a place, name of a place. And in Ujjain, these two people do exist. That is, one is Charudatta. Charudatta is a Brahmin person. He is married. He has a son. And it is the story of Vasanta Sena. Vasanta Sena is a courtesan. Okay, what we call in a modern way a prostitute or a whore or whatnot. So Vasanta Sena, what kind of you need to? There are many other minor characters, but these two characters play an important role. What is the role of Charudatta in the play? Charudatta is being a married man. He fall in love. He has a rightful affection. Why I connote this terminology, because the rightful uh, affection. Okay, being Charudatta never mistreats or misuse Vasanta Sena, who is supposed to be a courtesan. Instead, he has high respect towards Vasanta Sena. Vasanta Sena, even being a courtesan, she never misappropriated or misbehaved with any of the other characters. You see, the entire the 10 acts of Ruchakatika, you see how noble and how virtuous Vasanta Sena can be. She never troubled. She is always filled with love. She is always affectionate towards the family of Vasanta Charudatta. And Vasanta Sena is also emotionally connected with her maid, only maid, that is Madanika. Okay, Vasanta Sena's maid, Vasanta Sena is a courtesan, and she has a maid, which her name is Madanika. So at the very beginning, you see how Charudatta and Vasanta Sena get into each other so very well. Okay, and this is the main story. Okay, as we see at one, there are two parallel stories going on. At one end there is a story of, you can call it as a love story of Vasanta Sena and Charudatta, and secondly you see there is a story of king of Ujjain. Okay, king of Ujjain, where he tried to kill his own family member who was supposed to be a king. Henceforth, out of the threat of his family member, king of Ujjain, he killed. The name of the king is Palaka. Okay, or Palaka, you can call either way. Palaka, King Palaka, he tried to kill Aryaka, and it was not successful. How? Why he wanted to kill? Because King Palaka wanted to get throned as a king of Ujjain. Okay, henceforth he wanted to kill his equivalent rivalry, who is also the family member. So these stories go hand in hand. They are not different. These two stories are intertwined within each other. They go hand in hand. Okay, so these are some of the aspects which you can see. So, being a courtesan, this is how the play begins. Being a courtesan, Vasanta Sena definitely will have a social. Um, she undergoes a social injustice where she was taken very easily. Okay, she is a courtesan, henceforth she is taken easily. People were taking her for granted. She was not taking her seriously, and at one point you can see that people were also have liking, not liking. It was a lust which she wanted to, where people wanted to take, confiscate her, captivate her love and admiration. But Vasanta Sena had a love towards, affection towards Charudatta. Charudatta, why? Because despite he being a married man, he had a virtuous behavior. At the very beginning act, you see that there is an introduction of the characters by Nandi. Okay, Nandi is supposed to be opener, a play opener. He sings a song and he welcomes the audience. He gives you the gist of the entire play, introduction to the play. Not just, he gives introduction to the play and how play will go about in a further episodes. So here, Charudatta is now a poor man. He is not, he is stricken by poverty because he does charitable things. He gives away, he donates money. He has donated his wealth to the helping poor people. Henceforth, now he has lost all his money, he has lost all his wealth, and now he is a poor person. He becomes rich in the later part of the story. I'll tell you how. Okay, so now he is very poor, and once so happened that uh, Vasanta Sena gets into the house of Charudatta. Why? Because Vasanta Sena was chased by people. Sanstanaka, okay, the name of a person is Sanstanaka, or you can say Sakara, Sanstanaka or Sakara. So this person who had liking for Vasantasena, he tried to persuade her by confiscating her. Henceforth, he started chasing Vasantasena. Vasantasena, henceforth, she landed up in Charudatta's house. Charudatta was, it was almost night, and Charudatta was almost, there was no one in the house of Charudatta. Hence, she could take shelter in Charudatta's house. So, Vasanta Sena, at the very outside, she had a liking for Charudatta. She fall in love at their own first meeting. Even Charudatta fall in love, and even Vasantasena fall in love with Charudatta. So that's how they get introduced to each other. And Vasantasena, she had known the person uh, through here and there stories, by words of other people, through other people, but in person she did not had any connection with Charudatta. So in due course, she when she entered the house, there was a girl. She was an employee in Charudatta's house. That is Radhika. Okay, she helped her in she assisted her in staying uh, in the house. Later on, because I mean the night is getting over, she had to return back to her house. Henceforth, Vasanta Sena, she took all her jewels, and she requested Charudatta to keep her jewels in safety. Okay, why did she give her all her jewels to Charudatta? Because she wanted to have a reason to meet him for the second time. Okay, she wanted to have a second meeting with Charudatta. Henceforth, she had to have a reason. Henceforth, she left her jewels for the safe custody of Charudatta. So after she gave, and now she has returned back to her place, her house, Vasanta Sena's house, with the help of her maid Maitreya. Okay, Maitreya has also has an equivalent importance, equal uh, uh, I mean, she had an equal role to play in the play, because due to Maitreyi's love, a person had a love towards Maitreyi, and he was the person who took utmost risk to for to get the love and the freedom of Maitreyi. Maitreya was not ill treated by Vasanta Sena, where she was very much likely looked after. But still, Madanika, like Sarvilaka, he was a Brahmana in Ujjain. He had a love towards Madanika, maid of Vasanta Sena. So when Sarvilaka got to know that he didn't know that Vasanta Sena had left jewelries. Sarvilaka wanted to take help from Charudatta to release, to set freedom for Madanika and get married to her. Henceforth, he entered the house of Charudatta, and he could take the jewels of Vasanta Sena from the house of Charudatta. So Charudatta was not aware of Sarvilaka's plan, and hence he took all the jewelries and he handed it over to Madanika. Madanika was very much sure that it was the jewels of Vasanta Sena, and she advised Sarvilaka, saying that he need to return back the jewels to Jardatta's house before they get to know that the jewels are taken away by some people. It is theft by some person. So Sarvilaka, he returned back the jewelries to Charudatta. Meanwhile, Charudatta has already realized that the jewels belonging to Vasanta Sena has already theft. Hence, he borrowed one of the pearl jewels from Dhatu. Okay, Dhatu was the wife of she is the wife of Charudatta, and Rohasena was the son of Charudatta. Okay, please remember this names of the characters. And Charudatta, he borrowed the jewels from his wife, and he sent the jewels through one of his maid. And meanwhile, Madarika has already informed all the incidents which is happened in and around of which means to say that Madarika, how she has has sent back the jewels of Vasantasena to Charudatta's house. So, being yes, yes, these incident you can find in Act 3. And in Act 4, you see that Sarvalika calls upon Madanika with a view to buy freedom with those stolen ornaments. These episode you can find it in Act 4. And Sarvalika could not, however, face Charudatta. He urged him to see Vasantasena and offer them to her, professing that Charudatta has sent them back by him as his house was thought unsafe. So, under the pretext of not holding the Vasantasena's jewelries, he has sent back back the jewelry box to Vasanta Sena's house after Sarvalika sent back the jewelers, hand over the jewelries to Charudatta. So Vasanta Sena, who had received two sets of jewelry, one is the jewelry which is owned by Charudatta's wife, and the other set of jewelries who was owned by her own self, which she had surrendered under the care of Charudatta. So after she received two sets of jewelry, Vasantasena realized that how noble Charudatta is. Okay, she understood how sensitive the man is, how well behaved that person is, and meanwhile, Vasantasena sent a message to Charudatta saying that they will be meeting in one of the park that belong to Ujjain. That is one set of story. And here there is another parallel story which I told you earlier, that it is the story of King Palaka, who had addressed saying that he wanted to kill Aryaka, who is the heir to, he is the upcoming king of Ujjain. So the king Palaka wanted to stop Aryaka from being the king. Henceforth, he had set a plan against him to kill. Meanwhile, now he has already surrendered Aryaka. And Vasantasena, in next visit to visited by Maitreyi, remembered and is duped by Charudatta to offer his wife's necklace in exchange for those lost ornaments. Coming to the Act 5, you can see Vasantasena pays her promised visit in spite of a terrible thunderstorm raging in the streets. In Act 5, you can see how Vasantasena is so much interested to meet Charudatta despite heavy rainfall in Ujjain. In all the circumstances, not to which was not feasible to meet Charudatta, she tried to visit him, and because she wanted to show her gratitude to Charudatta. Henceforth, now she has started. So there an important incident happened where the cart which Vasantasena had to reach to a path, that cart got misplaced. That cart got changed between that. There is a plan which is going on in the mind of the gambler who was trying to trouble, that is Samsthanaka. Okay, Samsthanaka here, he is a gambler, but he had an interest towards Vasantasena. So henceforth, what he did, he had sent a cart in the place of the cart of Charudatta, which was supposed to take Vasantasena to the park. So, by the mishappening, by the miscommunication, it so happened that Vasantasena got into the cart of Samstanaka. Okay, so in the cart of Vasantasena, that is Charudatta's cart, they comes Arika, who had escaped from his prison. Okay, that person who is supposed to be the king, the next king, who is supposed to be killed by King Palaka, he has escaped from the prison, and he has got into the cart of Charudatta. So the rider thought that Vasantasena is getting to the cart, and that cart of Charudatta is taking is moving towards the park. But the cart that belonged to Samstanaka, now it is moving towards the destined place where Samstanaka has already decided. And Samstanaka had now, by this time, he has got angry with Vasantasena, because despite he was in love with Vasantasena, she was not giving any response, positive response. Hence, he wanted to take revenge upon Vasantasena. Okay, he decides that it so happened that he killed Vasantasena in the next other acts, few acts. So I told you the exchange of card. And coming to the seventh act, you can see how this mishappenings happened so consequently, that how this twisted, webbed situations was solved, resolved from Vasantasena. Okay, she was the one who saved Charudatta. Now, as Aryaka has got into the cart of Vasanta Charudatta, now he has reached the park. The moment Charudatta realized that it is not Vasantasena who is inside the cart, it is Aryaka, a very righteous person. Charudatta did not um, wait for another minute, and he did not allow Arika to get down off the cart. He simply permitted them to go to the safest place. Meanwhile, you can see in Act 5, sorry, Act 6, you can see that Vasanta Sena has come across with the son of Rohasena, that is son of Charudatta, where this boy was not happy with his clay cart. This is the instance where the play got the title Mrichakatika. Okay, he was not happy with the clay cart. He wanted a golden cart to place, because his friends have earned that golden card. So henceforth, Vasantasena, who had received all the jewels from Charudatta, out of love and respect for Charudatta, she put all her jewels, decorated the clay card, and she gave Rohasena as a gift to play with her as clay card. So this in from this instance, the title of the play is derived, that is Mrichakatik. So as a what to say, as a rightful thing, Charudatta sent Aryaka to the safest place. But the place which the unknown place where Vasantasena has reached, there she could meet Samstanaka, who is full of rage. He is waiting for the carriage, and surprisingly, he tried to threaten Vasantasena, and he thought that to kill Vasantasena. He planned that he wanted to kill Vasantasena. Meanwhile, Vasantasena, because of the vengeance which uh, Sarbilaka, Samstanaka holds, she got very afraid of Samstanaka, and she collapsed her. She went unconscious and she fall down from the from her stance. So yes, today classes will be recorded. You can listen to it at any time. Okay, you can listen to it. Yes, repeatedly you can listen to it. And Vasanta Sena, she got afraid and she went unconscious. Samstanaka thought that he had killed Vasanta Sena, but he did not realize that she is being killed, and he left the place. But there was one another person who was witnessing the situation. That is Bhikshu. Okay, he is a monk. He saved Vasanta Sena, and she had a small pain or some small hurt wounds due to her fall. Henceforth, as she had went unconscious, this bhikshu, he took her to his hut to treat her, give first aid to Vasantasena to get back to the conscious state. And Samstanaka, who had pre-planned everything, who had the knowledge of Charudatta meeting Vasantasena, he went. This issue reached the court of kingdom, King Palaka, and there this instances were discussed. And in the Act 9, you can see the discussion. The Act 9 of Mruchakatika is all about the court scene, where Samstanaka is filed a case against Charudatta, claiming that he has killed Vasantasena. And the king Palaka, he had sent people in search of the dead body of Vasantasena. Fortunately or unfortunately, they couldn't find Vasantasena identified dead body. Instead, they could find the dead body of a woman who where she was died not of any murder. She had died because there was a tree fall on her. Henceforth, she had died. But unknowingly, people who had come to witness the death of Vasantasena, they thought that it is the dead body of Vasantasena, and they informed the same at the court of King Palaka. So when they got to know that Vasanta Sena is no more, they already had sentenced death for Charudatta. And Charudatta was quite tense and he was ready for the justice. Whatever the justified decision taken by the court of Ujjain, he would readily accept. Henceforth, he took the decision, and now Charudatta has been sent to a place where he needs to be killed. Meanwhile, at the neck of his death, Vasantasena reached the place and she saved Charudatta from taking the highest punishment of the court of the kingdom, that is death. So she saved, and at the end, Maitreya, she brought Rosena, that is the son of Charudatta, to the spot, and everything got. It was an happy ending situation. Okay, it is a happy ending situation. That's how they got in together, and they felt very happy. And Charudatta was saved from the disaster. Out, the king got to know. Even the Palaka who tried to kill Aryaka, his tantrums, his injustice was brought to light by Aryaka, and now Aryaka became the king, and the nobility of Charudatta was understood, was witnessed by the court, and he was given a position in the court of Vijay, and also he was donated with huge amount of wealth by the king of Vijay, and he lived prosperously. And this is the story of happy ending. This is not the story of um, any unhappy ending. So Vasanta Sena had receives a huge amount of respect from the family of Charudatta, and even Charudatta stands a righteous man. He stands as a just man. Just man means is a noble man. He is a rightful man. So he stands as a just man in the court of Ujjain and in the human in the society of Ujjain. So this how the story ends. So when we look at the progression of the play, you see at every act there is a shift in the situations. There is a dramatic way of conducting uh, by the characters. So that's how the story ends. And but the bhikshu, there is also important role played by bhikshu at the very end of the play. That is bhikshu accompanied by Vasanta Sena, and he was the rescuer of Charudatta. And what happened to Sambhahaka, Chandalas? There are other minor characters who are Chandalas, Chandanaka, and villainous Samsthanaka, who is said to be Sakara also. Okay, Sakara. They are not person of revenge himself on a fallen enemy. They seems to be enemy, but they are not a person to revenge. That sort of characterization is being done by Shudraka. So, when we talk about Sanskrit literature, Vrichikatika stands as an epitome of Sanskrit literature. It gives an essence, artistic essence of literature, how flourishing a literature, Sanskrit literature can be, because we are not the students of Sanskrit language. We are unaware of the beauty or stylistics of Sanskrit literature. But when we look at the such story as an example, we can understand how glorious a story can be. So Basha's story of Charudatta gives you, even in all the elements of Mrichakatika can also be seen in Basha's Charudatta. So Charudatta, and when we talk about the relationship of Charudatta and Vasantasena, they stand as a symbol of devotion. They stand as a symbol of platonic love. Okay, you nowhere in the play you see that that was the relationship for sex. It was the relationship for money. It was the relationship for any other mercantile necessaries. But when we look at the understanding of the sensible nature of these two characters, it needs appreciation by any reader for that matter. Because readers, when we think about love, we think about all the dark shades of love. We don't usually glorify, because it might be the things which we experience as a human being. But here, when we look at the literary art, but when we look at the story of Charudatta and Vasanta Sena, here you can see uh, their importance. And secondly, the character of Rohasena. Is Rohasena a minor character or major character? These things need to be answered, because in the Act 6, you can see where Vasanta Sena, she gives away all her jewelries to Rohasena, and she decorated her ornaments to his clay cart. In that case, how come that this small instance of Rohasena has impacted the entire play? This question must be raised in your mind, and it needs to be answered, because when we look at the importance of money. So you can either understand that money is it acts as a boon at times, and it is also a curse to the humankind. All the problem can be solved by money, or all the problems, the reason for all the problems can even be money itself. So Rohasena's clay cart is also gives you an image of the following episode, where there is a mishap of, or change of cart between two individuals. Okay, Vasanta Sena, she by misunderstanding, she changed her cart, and she got into Samantaka's um, cart. Otherwise, these things were not happening for Charudatta. He would not be in the clutches of death. Okay, so the card plays an important role here. Okay, the card plays an important role because she Vasanta Sena, she got into Samsthanaka's cart and she landed up in a place, isolated place, where Samantaka tried to kill her. He planned in such a way that Charudatta was blamed, because even Madanika, who was the maid of Vasanta Sena, witnessed that it was Charudatta who sent the cart, and Vasanta Sena has reached the park and she was killed there. Okay, everyone know that it was Charudatta's cart supposed to pick up or take Vasanta Sena. So this misunderstanding, misplace of the actions, due to which she got into trouble. So not only that, these even the cart of uh, which of Charudatta, where Aranyaka got in, his life got changed. He was a prisoner, the person who was supposed to be king of future Ujjain instead of King Palaka. Aranyaka, he was supposed to be a king, and now he is in the dangerous situation. And it was Charudatta who saved Aranyaka from he being killed by his own family member, that is King Palaka. So, in three of the important instances, you can draw a conclusion saying that Rohasena card gives you a innocence of the child. It represents that instance represents an very innocence of the child, and it shows the necessity. Okay, Joel, when a child is made to be happy, Vasanta Sena, she give away all the jewelries out of love. Okay, so that instant speaks values in life more than the monetary benefits, more than economical benefits. The more richer is the person who gives uh, the necessary things to a small kid. And coming to the second episode, which I discussed, that is Samsthanaka's behavior, where he sent the card. You can see how man can be chameleon at times. Okay, Samsthanaka, he had vengeance, he had disliking for Charudatta, because Charudatta had gained fame in the land of Ujjain by donating his money. Okay, he used humankind, he valued humankind, he valued society, he know the importance of money, and he did not had craving for money when compared to Samsthanaka wanted to bring mishappenings to Vasanta Sena as well as Charudatta, because she had already realized that Vasanta Sena is in love with Charudatta, and he wanted to stop. He wanted to not to happen such a thing. So all this or two episodes give you a different outlook. And the third thing is the Aranyaka who escaped in the cart of who that belongs to Charudatta. And Charudatta, he very conscientiously he saved Aranyaka, and he had an immense gratitude to Aranyaka. And these three episodes of the clay cart plays a different role in three episodes, where Rosena's cart gives you a different interpretations. Samantaka's Samsthanaka's card give you a different meaning, and Charudatta's card gives life to a person who is in danger. So, in these three episodes, you can draw a conclusion that Shudraka has definitely justified the title Mruchakatika. Okay, it's a Sanskrit word Mruchakatika, which means the clay cart. So that's how he has justified uh, the title. And when coming to the discussion, the technical aspects of uh, the plot, okay, that when we look at the technical aspects of the plot, I told you that the scene was opened the scene opens by the introduction by Nandi. Okay, Nandi, you have when you come across the play of Shakespeare, you can see chorus. Okay, chorus is the person who introduce um the necessary things, necessary information, necessary characters of the play to the audiences. So here, Nandi plays important role, similar role in the play of Shudraka. He introduces, he welcomes, primarily he welcomes the audience to the play, and he gives necessary information about the play, and he sings, he celebrates. Okay, and uh, this is the other supporting characters to that enriches the volume of the play. Okay, and there is the Nandi. Okay, the role of Nandi is to give the introduction to the prelude. And there was a Nati. Okay, she is wife of Nandi. She also, there is a male and female voice in the play where you can see they give introduction to the conversation. And the other important minor character where I missed is that when Vasantasena was trapped in the hands of Samsthanaka, there comes two important characters. One is Vita and Cheetah. Okay, Vita and Cheetah are the minor characters, and they were ordered by Samsthanaka to kill Vasantasena. Okay, they you can see that is the good sign and the bad sign of a person. Okay, they are the supporting characters to Vasanta Sena. And Vita was disgusted about his master. He did not like, he did not get into agreement with Samsthanaka about his orders, and he also did not like Samsthanaka for his wishes, unnecessary desires which he cannot accomplish in his life. Okay, having lust or as well as hatred towards Vasanta Sena is not going to help. And Vita, the minor character Vita, explores the negative side of Samsthanaka. He tried to expose the negative deeds of Samsthanaka. And these are the two important followers of Samsthanaka. And the other important, some of the minor characters are Samvahaka, Savaraka, Chandalas. These are the characters which you can find in Mruchakatika. And another important character which we think it is a small character, it is of less importance, that is the wife of Charudat. You can ask me that did his wife ever questioned uh, Charudatta for what, for things which he was doing? Okay, Charudatta's wife Duta or Duta, she never questioned Charudatta for his actions because, firstly, because Charudatta has created an image for himself in the city of Ujjain that he is a righteous man. Okay. Secondly, even though she acknowledged to herself that her husband Charudatta is in love with Vasanta Sena, the society setup is as such that any courtesan will never, and can never get married to a person of high importance. And she, but despite her understanding of the society, Charudatta, sorry, the wife of Charudatta, she accepts liking for Vasanta Sena. She agrees. And the third important point of Duta needs to be credited, needs to be acknowledged is that um, she becomes an epitome of sacrifice. She becomes an epitome of iota of humble lady who sets agreement with the husband. Okay, the moment Charudatta asked for the jewelry, Duta, she really agreed and she gave away her pearl necklace, which was almost left out for them. Okay, because Charudatta had already given away many of his wealth to help the society people, to help the needy people. So Duta, she never stopped her husband from helping others. So in this case, in the relation of Vasanta Sena, she readily, happily gave away her jewelry, and she never questioned her husband. And moreover, when we look at the outset of the society in which Charudatta or Duta or Vasanta Sena is living, that is the patriarchal setup. Again, we get back to the modern interpretation of the society that in a patriarchal setup, any wife will never question the actions and decisions of male family member, male dominant person in the family. So Duta, she also stands as an image to that. She represents the role of women in the city of Vujji. So this play gives you a mirror image of how modern city is cultivated in the process of all this characterization. So this is the observations which you need to understand when you look at any play for that matter. Play is not simply consist of dialogue or the conversation or the necessary things. It also gives you, enlightens you about the society in which people dwell upon. And here, the story of Murchakatika gives you the glimpse of understanding of two sets of question. One is the relationship between Charudatta and Vasanta Sena, and the other episode is how Aryaka was troubled by King Palaka, and he was again given back the responsibility. If you have any questions, please ask me. We still have time. You can ask me any questions. And in your study material, please go through the text. I mean, if possible, please read the text. It is going to help you. And there is a definite question on Vrichakatika, and you will be reading Shakuntala. There will be a definite question on Shakuntala and Vrichakatika for your examination. You must read. And what are the important questions of Vrichakatika are there? Usually they, in examination, they'll ask you about yes, I'll be talking about the important questions. They'll be asking you to justify the title, usually based on the Sanskrit plays. One is Shakuntala and Vrichakatika. There'll be a definite question that is regarding the title of the plays, Shakuntala either or Mrichakatika. Okay, justify the title. Second is regarding the Mrichakatika, the relationship between Charudatta and Vasantasena. Okay, there will be a definite question on Charudatta and Vasantasena. They will ask you from the perspective of the relationship between Charudatta and Madanika, okay, her maid Madanika, and when you talk about the justification of the title, you need to speak about the three instances which I spoke to you about the role of clay cart in the play. That is, one is Rohasenas, that is son of Charudatta's thing, okay, where he was, she, Vasanta Sena gave jewelries, and where Samsthanaka, he missapped, he jiggled with the cart, how it where the cart went in the misappropriate place in misappropriate timing. And the third is how the supposed to be king of Ujjain was saved in the same cart. One cart gave trouble to Vasantasena, it took her to the hands of the death, and second cart gives life, and the cart of the small kid, Rosena, it was giving happiness to uh, Charudatta's son. And you can also see how lovable is Vasanta Sena, being a courtesan, can be. Okay, and the sources. The third question, important question about it is not it will not be asked probably. Okay, regarding the sources, you can either use this information about the source of Mrichakatika in your answers. You try to speak about how Mrichakatika was, the storyline was drawn from. One is Basha's Charudatta, and the second is the story of Vasantasena and Charudatta uh, in Brihat Katha. Okay, in Brihat Katha. So, and what is the central instances? Okay, what is the central instances of Mrichakatika? The plot structure is asked. Okay, that is more important. The plot structure. You have to speak about how play moves from one situation to other situation. This is an important question. Plot structure will be asked quite often. Okay, and the theme is asked, plot structure is asked, justification of title is oftenly asked, and it is repeatedly asked. Please read. And the relationship of Vasanta Sena and Charudatta is asked. So four questions are very important, and out of four, definitely there will be a one question which I have mentioned. There are many other questions. Short notes. I don't think they'll ask from Richakatika. It will be 10 marks question for you in your examination based on the text Mrichakatika. Okay, and Shakuntala as well, I believe so. Okay, I believe so because it is a play, and definitely they'll ask for 10 marks question. Mrichakatika is always asked as a 10 marks question, not for short notes. Okay, 5 marks, I don't think they'll ask for it. Please collect old question papers from library. I think it will be available in a Telegram group or WhatsApp group, or in YouTube also. You can, I think you can find or go to a website of KSOU. You will find library website. Yeah, I think you can access there. You ask any authorities over library, and you can get the question papers where it will be helpful for you. Okay, it will be helpful for you for your examination. Any other questions? Please ask. If you have any queries also, I'm most welcome. Any questions? Pooja, Nalini? Okay, in that case, you have one another class. Please listen to it. And this is a recorded class. You can hear as many time as possible. Please read the text. Please read your study materials. It will be helpful for you. Okay. I hope you have understood what I have dealt with regarding Shudraka's Prichakatika. And thank you so much. Please wait for some time. Your teacher will join you. Okay. Then thank you so much for patiently listening. Okay. Thank you.
Very good evening, students. Students, am I audible to you? Am I audible? Students, am I audible to you? Okay. Today, we are going to discuss one of the important letter written by Rajaram Mohan Roy to Lord Hammerest. It is one of the greatest document in the history of Indian education. So before we briefly discuss about the letter, let us learn few facts about Rajaram Mohan Roy and what is his contribution to the Indian education system. Rajaram Mohan Roy was born in the year 1774 and is a vital figure in the history of Indian Renaissance and is rightly called as the father of modern India. Rajaram Mohan Roy remains till today as a noteworthy religious, social, and educational reformers of India. He was the prophet of the new age with meticulous vision for future of India. He had the vision. Let me later in my talk, I'm going to talk about the education system of India in the early 19th century. He was the reformer of Indian education. He was the prophet of the new age with a meticulous vision for future India. He was the first writer of the Bengali to employ the polemical style. He is the one who translated Bhagavad Gita into Bengali verse, and it was done quite well. He also composed some of the devotional songs and is best known is his Bengali grammar book. So during the earlier 19th century, the educational system in India was not up to the mark. So what are the objectives that we need to learn through this letter to Lord Hammerest? The primary objective of this unit is to give an outline to the specific debate in the early 19th century on the education of Indian subjects of the British Empire. So when we talk about the Indian education system, during the earlier 19th century, we were ruled by the British. We were ruled by the British. We were controlled by them. We were under them because they came to India for the trading purpose, and we were the owners of the land. Later, we became slaves, and the people, those who came to do the trading, have become the masters. We were under the clutches of the British for more than 100 years, more than a century. So during the earlier century, 19th century, during earlier 19th century, and this particular letter debates on the earlier 19th century on the education of Indian subjects of the British Empire. The British people have started their own system of education, and they have started giving education the way they thought. Another objective is to situate these debates in a large historical context so that they do not appear to be products of certain intellectual who discussed education as a purely academic matter. This letter deals with that one. And it should not be, the education of India should not be treated only purely about the academic matter. The historical context is one of the imperialist domination and economic exploitation of India's resources by British East India Company. In the last time, at the same time, in the early 19th century, was a witness to the growth of social reform movements in India, with the rise of some of the most dedicated crusades against social maladies. So people started revolting against the British government. So about this, how Raja Ram Mohan Roy clearly states in his letter to Lord Hammerest about the coming of Sanskrit College in Kolkata. So about that, Raja Ram Mohan Roy was totally upset about it, and he wanted to change that concept. And in order to bring some change in the educational policies of India in the earlier 19th century, Raja Ram Mohan Roy took the initiative to write the letter to Lord Hammerest, and that has become the part of history even today. And he is the one who started reforms against the educational policies which were introduced by the British in India. And they are the one who took the decision about the education policies. And they are not aware about the consequences that is going to lead on the Indian people, Indian students. That's what clearly tells in the opening line itself, where he tells, let me read few lines from the text which is prescribed for you. The present rulers of India, coming from a distance of many thousand miles to govern people, whose language, literature, manners, customs, and ideas are almost entirely new and strange to them, cannot easily become a part of it and acquired where the real circumstances of the natives of the country are themselves. And he tells they are the strangers to the country, and the literature of India, whose language is totally different from India, the manners, the literature, the customs, ideas are very, very strange to them. They came as the traders and they started ruling. That's what clearly tells. The present rulers of India coming from a distance of many thousand miles. We should clearly tell. He clearly tells us. He clearly tells in the letter. Let me read further. We would therefore be guilty of a gross dereliction of duty to ourselves and afford our rulers to ground and complain at our apathy. Did we omit on the occasion of importance like the present to supply with such accurate information? So it keeps on telling, and the educational policies that are going to be implemented by the British people to India, the educational system, and it is not going to help the people at all. That's what his argument is. And clearly it tells that the British people are from different culture, different background, and the customs are totally different. How can, how can they understand the intellectual facts about Indian people? So after telling this, he tells further, Raja Ram Mohan Roy's insight and assessment of the British government's decision to spend a considerable sum of money to establish Sanskrit college and to employ Hindu Pandits to impart such knowledge to the people. Because already we know Sanskrit is one of the oldest languages spoken in India. And they wanted to they wanted to establish a new Sanskrit college in India, which was already there in India. Raja Ram Mohan Roy totally opposed it. And he wanted some radical change in the educational policies of India. That is the reason why he writes the letter to Lord Hammerest, the governor. So this is the opening of this one. And let's continue with further. English studies were introduced in India in the first of the 19th century. During the first half of the 19th century, English education was introduced in India. The year 1835 can be taken as the official date of introduction in India, the date when the teaching of English, all the levels from primary, secondary, and the higher, was officially sanctioned by the British colonial government. And it was, they thought of introducing the English education to Indian people in 1835. But that was the official date. And it came into implementation during the second half of the 19th century. In this letter, what he writes, the letter is the most significant indigenous contribution on the debate of education in the earlier 19th century. That is a historical document. Whatever the letter written by Raja Ram Mohan Roy to Lord Hammerest is a historical document. That's what it tells. It is the most significant indigenous contribution to the debate of education in the earlier 19th century. Raja Ram Mohan Roy wrote this letter, why he has written, in order to protest against the ruling regime's decision to open Sanskrit College in Kolkata. That's what his primary vision is. That's what his primary aim is. And he wanted to protest against the ruling regime's decision to open a Sanskrit college in Kolkata. It has been already pointed out that before the educational policies were implemented, the government of India supported instruction in the classical Indian languages. As I told you, when the education was introduced in India, India extended its support to teach the students in their languages, Indian languages. It funded institutions involved in the spread of Hindu and Mohammedan learning and gave financial assistance to Sanskrit and Arabic scholars in order to encourage them to achieve this distinction to their respective fields. Even it was funded, the fund was granted to start this kind of Sanskrit colleges and Sanskrit and Arabic. They wanted to start and it was funded, and many of the Hindu Pandits and Arabic scholars were employed in teaching and spreading the good things to the people, students of India. Government also provided grants for the printing of ancient Sanskrit and Arabic texts in the original and in translation. Even the government funded and gave funds to Sanskrit and Arabic texts to be printed so that it can be distributed to the students, so that it can help the people to learn. Raja Ram Mohan Roy's letter locates a contradiction between the modern scientific spirit of European civilization, and it is a contradiction between the modern scientific spirit of European civilization and its educational policies in India. And the British people, they wanted to introduce and they have introduced. They wanted to introduce and they have introduced. And it is a contradiction. And Raja Ram Mohan Roy clearly argues, that's what earlier I told you, it is a protest against the ruling regime's decision to open the Sanskrit college in Kolkata. And in his letter, he clearly tells, let us discuss about the letter, and I'm going to give you briefly about the letter, what he has written. Let us move further. The proposal to establish the new Sanskrit college comes as a shock to Raja Ram Mohan Roy. And he was an educationalist. Remember, he was a great scholar, and he is the one who translated Bhagavad Gita into Bengali. He was a great thinker, and he was a great educational reformer. And when this news was brought to him, it was a great shock to him. It comes as a great shock to Raja Ram Mohan Roy, since in his view, it does not conform to the liberal images of British. And they don't want any new things to be implemented in the education of India, in the policies of Indian education. They wanted to just carry forward what is learned and what the students are learning at present. Already, many Sanskrit colleges, many Arabic colleges, that was his question. It is clear a careful perusal of the letter that Raja Ram Mohan Roy expects the colonial power to be true to its liberal image and find ways and means to promote science and arts for the benefit of the Indian subjects. And is very clear here. And he wanted the British government to start science and art streams so that the students of India can be benefited. So if they keep on learning only the Sanskrit and Arabic, and it is like they are like the frogs in the well. The frogs in the well, in the sense, only the frogs will know what is there in the well. And he wants, Raja Ram Mohan Roy wants the people to learn quite larger extension. That's what he tells. Raja Ram Mohan Roy expects the colonial power to be true to its liberal image and find ways and means to promote science and arts for the benefit of the Indian subjects. That's what he tells. Rajaram Mohan Roy finds the indigenous system of instruction is outdated because it is medieval, and it is outdated. The students of India, they are not going to get any benefits out of it. Are they going to learn the new concept? They are not. They are not going to learn the new concept which were introduced in England. And Raja Ram Mohan Roy always dreams that people of India or the students of India should be benefited. That is the reason why he protests against the ruling government. He wants the government of British to introduce a science and arts stream so that students will be benefited. And what it is going to teach? It teaches us systems which have no rational and scientific basis and are of little use in the modern world. And he tells that to learn the Sanskrit and Arabic languages and are no use at all. India will remain as it is before as it was. And we cannot find the gradual growth of the Indian educational system as well as the Indian students. That's why Raja Ram Mohan Roy keep on insisting that new technical learnings should be implemented by the British government. The learning of the language is outdated. He clearly tells it is outdated. Being the scholar, he knows what should be implemented in the educational policies of India. The progress and modernization was only possible if people were taught the modern sciences and literature of the West. Is very, very clear about it. And he doesn't write the letter in an argumentative tone. He writes with a clear intention in a low tone, and why he wanted those things to be implemented. He clearly tells the progress and modernization was only possible if people were taught the modern sciences and literature of the West. Literature of the West. Then only we can see the gradual progress in the educational policies of India. Roy Rajaram Mohan Roy was also opposed to the teaching of Sanskrit and grammar. Even Sanskrit language was fully taught, and he opposed it, embodied only tiresome things. If a student, if the student start learning only the language, the Sanskrit and Arabic, does it require the lifetime? Why can't we introduce new things, new learnings to the students? For Roy, Sanskrit was a language that, due to its instinct, difficulties, acts as a barrier to the diffusion of useful language. And he tells that it is only the barrier. And if the people keep on telling the Brit, if the people keep on learning only the particular language, and he will not be in a position to take India in the progressive path. And these are the few points which I wanted to tell you. And let us go back to the actual text here. As I told you, it is addressed to the British people. In the opening itself, it tells, the present rulers of India, they come from different cultures and so and so. And he wanted the British people to learn something which is going to help the people of India. And again it states, Raja Ram Mohan Roy's insight and assessment of British government's decision to spend a considerable sum of money to establish a Sanskrit school. And he doesn't want the British government to waste money in establishing the Sanskrit school or Sanskrit college, because already the people of India are learning and have learned. And why again they want to waste the money? And again it tells it doesn't like the idea of employing the Hindu and Sanskrit Arabic scholars to teach the students of India. And he further tells, Raja Ram Mohan Roy in his letter analyzes how almost a lifetime is required to the learning of Sanskrit language. And he analyzes why only the Sanskrit is to be taught. Why can't the new concept to be implemented or introduced to improve the qualities of education in India? He also opens that the natives would not be benefited, very, very clear. The natives would not be benefited by the Sanskrit language only, since it lacks diffusion and of knowledge. And learning only the language which is there, the Sanskrit, it is not going to be helpful at all. That's what he opines, that's what he thinks. And no pragmatic benefits could be derived by such metaphysical speculations and abstract ideas put forward by the Vedanta and Mimamsa and Nyaya Shastra. That's what they are going to learn in Sanskrit. Raja Ram Mohan Roy's ability to arrive to the crux of matter is evident in these things. And later in this letter, he tells, no improvement can be expected from inducting young men to consume a dozen of years of the most valuable periods of their lives in acquiring the Sanskrit grammar and Sanskrit language. For instance, in learning to discuss such points as the following, kaf signifies to eat, and to learn the language itself, it will not be put India to the progressive path. That's what it tells. In the next, this one. And what are the points he has clearly stated as? Is Rajaram Mohan Roy's assessment of the use of Sanskrit education apt keeping the Indian situation prevalent then? Do you think what is going on in Rajaram Mohan Roy's mind when he thinks about the correct justice is not given to the people of India? And he thinks and he wants the new things should be implemented, the new concepts. If the Sanskrit is not introduced, if the scientific things and Western literatures were introduced in Indian education policies, we can see the progress gradually. And in those days, before the introduction of this one, we had Gurukul system of education. We had only the Gurukul system of education where the gurus will be there, the people will go there and learn and come back. And the progress would not be seen gradually. And only learning the same thing again and again and again. If science were introduced to the Indian people, that's what he opines, just Rajaram Mohan Roy thinks, people can improve. New innovations can be discovered. People can discover students can discover new medicines. And in England is introduced to the students of India. And we merely believed that the British people will give the gradual progress to the Indian students or India, but they wanted to use the same method again and again, and they don't want the Indian people to progress. And even it was funded institution to fight against, to protest against these things, and he wrote the letter. Let us move further to the letter, what it tells. While we looked forward with a pleasing awe to the dawn of knowledge that is promised to the rising generation. And he tells further that if the new concept is introduced, as I have mentioned in the letter, rising of generation can be seen. The people will progress. Our hearts were filled with mingled feelings of delight and gratitude. We already offered our thanks to the province for inspiring the most generous and enlightening the nations of the West with a glorious and ambitious of planning in Asia and the arts of science of modern Europe. He wanted all the modern things, science, modern learnings, discoveries, and new concepts of literature should be introduced to India as well. Now, we find that the government of India is establishing the Sanskrit school. In the 4th paragraph, he expresses his bitter disappointment. Sanskrit school under Hindu Pandits to impart such knowledge is already current in India. This seminary can only be expected to load the minds of the youth with the grammar insight, grammar things, metaphysical distances of this one, no practical things. Only if these things were implemented, only our students' mind will be filled with only the facts, nothing else. By learning the facts, do you think we can achieve the greater heights? No. He wants, logically argues. The letter is about 2.5 page, but he logically argues and states why he wanted those things should be implemented and should be introduced to the concept of Indian education. Pupils will there acquire what is known 2000 years ago, and with the attention of vain and empty substance since produced by speculative men, such is already commonly taught in all of India. And it tells, and the same things were taught by generations after the generation. Before 1,100 and 2,000 years, the same thing is being taught to them. Why are you introducing the same method which is there in India? Such is already commonly taught in all of India. That's what he mentions. The Sanskrit language of difficult, that of most a lifetime is necessary for its perfect accusation. That means it tells, no, Sanskrit is quite tough, but it requires lifetime for a man to be a perfect Sanskrit scholar. But what is the use to learn only the facts and to learn only the language? And what is the use? That's what he argues. It is well known to have been for ages lamentable check on the diffusion of knowledge and the learning concealed under this utmost impressive veil is far from sufficient to reward the labor of acquiring it. And it tells that it is not going to labor, it is not going to benefit the student in their progress. In their progress. To read further, but if it were taught necessary to perpetuate this language for the sake of proportion to the valuable information it contains, this might be much easily accomplished by the other means than the establishment of new Sanskrit college. And if it is were to be taught to the students, because it is already being learned, it is already being learned by them, and if it is to be taught the same thing, and it should not be, they should not have proposed to open the new Sanskrit college. Instead of that, the present government should plan for the new implementation so that it can improve the standard of Indian educational system. So to move further, for there have been always and are now numerous professors of Sanskrit in different parts of the country engaged in teaching this language as well as the other branches of literature which are to be object of this new seminary. And he tells that there are many Sanskrit schools are there in India. Many professors, many scholars were employed in imparting such knowledge or such language to the students, and why the present British ruling people are planning to open the new Sanskrit college, and it is already existing in India. Therefore, there is more diligent cultivation, if desirable, would be effectively promoted by holding out premiums and granting certain allowances to those most eminent professors who have already undertaken on their own account to teach. Would be such rewards to be stimulated to still greater exertions. And it tells, if they want to teach, let them teach, not from following the old things. He wanted new things to be implemented. And he clearly, because as already we are told in the beginning of his letter, that the British people are very new to India and the customs are totally different. And they haven't examined properly and what is going on in India before they implemented and before they want to implement and start a new Sanskrit college. And it is already known to us. And why are you people want to again make us to learn the old things? From these considerations, as some set apart from the instruction of the natives of India, was intended by the government of England for the improvement of its Indian subjects. I beg leave to state with due deferences to a lordship exalted situation, that if the plan was now adopted and we followed, it will completely defeat the subject proposed. And he tells, if you just keep on planning the old things, and it is not going to be beneficiary at all. That's what he tells. Defeat the object proposed. Since no improvement can be expected from inducting young men to consume the Sanskrit language and Sanskrit grammar, and it is not going to help at all. That's what he tells. And he had, Raja Ram Mohan Roy had a larger vision. That's what is called the father of modern India. And he just thought about the future of India and how the Indian educational system will progress and will improve as the years to come. And if such letters were not written to the British governments when we were ruled by them, new educational things will not be or would not have been taught to us. Science stream would not have been introduced to us. With the efforts of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, we are blessed to see new implementations and new progress in the field of science and arts and literature. And he clearly speaks about it. As if in English language it were asked how much meaning is there. That he just keeps on arguing, and what kind of things that is going to be implemented, and how it is going to help the students. And in the seventh paragraph, it tells, neither can such improvement arise from such speculations. Yeah, it is going to spoil only the minds of the youth. It is going to fill with the old things only. No improvement, no new things can be learnt by the Indian students. They have consequently deserve no real affection, and therefore the sooner we escape from them and leave the world, the better. Again, no essential benefit can be derived from the students of Sanskrit. So no improvement can be expected from the students, those who learn Sanskrit now. And knowing what it is that makes the killer of the goat sinless, or pronouncing certain passage of Veda, and what is the real nature and oppressive influence of the passage of Veda. And if a person keeps on telling, quoting from Veda and from Bhagavad Gita, all these things, and do you think the India is going to move in the progressive path? And again, the student of Nyaya Shastra cannot be said to have improved his mind after he has learnt it into many ideal classes of the objects in the universe are divided, and what speculative relation the soul bears the body of the soul, the eyes to the ears. He will only learn only the factual details, only the facts that were present, and no progress can be seen. If the student of the Sanskrit, if you ask, he may not be able to answer the questions set on science or literature, because he is very particular, and he is very particular, and is master in his own way or in his own field. No progress can be expected from Sanskrit. That's what he logically argues. In order to enable your lordship to appreciate the fertility of encouraging such imaginary learning as above categorized, I beg your lordship will be pleased to compare the state of science and literature in Europe before the time of Lord Bacon with the progress of knowledge made since he wrote. And he just tells and he requests the people, those who want to implement the Sanskrit learning, the implementation of Sanskrit college, he wants to compare with the Western culture and how the language and how the subjects are taught in the Western culture before he takes the decision. And he wants, and he just tells, I beg your lordship will be pleased to compare the state of science and literature in Europe before you implement this one. If it had been intended to keep the British nation in ignorance of real knowledge, the Baconian philosophy would not have been followed to displace the system of the schoolmen, which was the best calculated to perpetuate the ignorant. It tells, I wanted you people to do a little bit of homework before you implement such kind of things. So this is how he logically argues. The educational system during the 19th century was not up to the mark. As you know, only the upper class people used to get educated. Only the Sanskrit was learned, and there was no progress at all. People remained as they were before. As they were before. So he wanted new policies to be implemented. with a logical thinking. And as I told you, he was a great scholar, social reformer, and he wanted the educational policies to be reformed. With that, because he doesn't have anything in his mind, because he is already a learned scholar. He wanted the future of India to be benefited out of his efforts. If such new things were introduced, new science streams or arts and literature streams were introduced in India, only they are the students of India, or India is going to be benefited. That's what his intention is. This particular letter was written on 11th of December 1823. Remember, this letter was written on 11th of December 1823, when we were ruled by the British, when we were not given any privileges and we were treated as the slaves, and many people were deprived of their education, and even the education of the women was only a dream. Only few students, only few people could go to Sanskrit college to learn something. No progress were seen under the rulings of the British. When actually we should appreciate the guts of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, because it was quite difficult to raise the voice against the British. That too, he writes in English to them, addresses them. That's what he tells. I beg your lordship. I beg your lordship to consider this, and before you implement such things, to do some homework and compare with the sciences of the Western and literature of the Western. And he not only wanted science to be implemented and literature to be implemented, and he tells it is consequently promote more liberal and entitled system of instruction, embracing mathematics. He wanted mathematics to be implemented, natural philosophy, chemistry, astronomy, and with the other useful science which may be accomplished with some proposed by employing a few gentlemen of talents and learning educated in Europe, and providing a college furnished with necessary books, instruments, and other apparatus. And he had such kind of things in his mind. He wanted mathematics to be implemented. He wanted natural philosophy to be implemented, chemistry, astronomy, and other useful sciences. And he further states in his letter that to provide a college with furnished with the necessary books. That is very important things to be noted. Students, very important things to be noted here. College furnished with necessary books, instruments, and other apparatus. He doesn't want the British government to introduce only these things, but he wanted it to be implemented in a proper way and in a proper channel. Maybe science can be introduced, and without the books, how the students are going to be benefited, how the students are going to learn in a practical way. And if something to be practically tested, and there should be a proper practical labs. Even if the chemistry is introduced, some chemical proportions should be there, proper testing tools should be there, proper chemical labs should be there, chemicals should be available to the students, then only they can see the progress. To learn through books is totally different when they learn from practical method. And that's why he clearly tells, he doesn't explain all those things, and he explains provide a college furnished with necessary books, instruments, and other apparatus. To move to the last paragraph of the letter, in representing this subject to your lordship, I conceive myself discharging a solemn duty which I owe to my countrymen, and also to that enlightened sovereign and legislature which have extended to the benevolent case to this distant land quoted by the desire to improve its inhabitants. And I therefore humbly trust, look at the word, I humbly trust you will execute this liberty I have taken in this expressing my sentiments to you, Lordship. And look at the concluding part, and he pleads in such a way. And as a citizen of India, I vow to this countryman, and I humbly request you to implement all these things so that my people will be benefited. So that my people will be benefited. I have taken this in this expressing my sentiments to you, Lordship. He never tells hammerist. It never writes the word hammerist here, your Lordship. He remembers, he knows that we were ruled by them, and he writes the letter in a pleading way. And 2.5 pages, he keeps on giving the reasons of the reasons why these things should be implemented and what are the benefits the students are going to get and how it is going to be helpful for the progress of Indian education. To conclude my talk, students, Rajaram's letter is one of the most significant document of Indian educational history. Its significance lies not only in its basic assumption of the superiority of the Western system of instruction, or the Western science and literature, but also in the fact that it strengthens our mind. He doesn't want those things should be implemented merely because he might have done his homework. Raja Ram Mohan Roy might have done his homework. If these were implemented, if this is used in educational policies, educational system of India, definitely India would progress quite faster. He wants India to improve in their scientific, literature, and different fields so that people of India can become a well competitor with the Western world. Because we cannot, simply Indians cannot implement this one because we were ruled by them. Only the ruling party regime can implement this one. That's what he logically argues. So how you need to prepare for the examination, and what are the things you need to keep it in your mind, and how the questions are going to be framed for your exams. And one of the questions may be asked like this: attempt a critical estimation of Raja Ram Mohan Roy's letter to Lord Hammerest. Critically examine Raja Ram Mohan Roy as a writer of English prose, and how beneficiary this letter to Lord Hammerest to Indian education system. Why letter to Lord Hammerest is considered to be one of the greatest documents in the Indian educational system. Read through the letter once again. As I've explained to you, I've picked up few things and I've explained to you. Please read through the entire text once and you will definitely understand, and based on the question which is asked, please write your answers. I'm very happy to note that you people have selected English as your elective subject, and being the English department faculty, I feel so proud and happy. And please, since it is the last class, please study well, prepare well for your examination, and do some work at home related to your studies. Because since morning till 4 o'clock now, 5 faculties have taught your elective paper. Hope it was helpful to you. Please learn well. Please read through the text once before you learn the secondary sources or materials, study materials. If you read the real text, definitely you are going to be benefited and you are going to be enriched with knowledge. Thank you, students. Thank you very much, and very all the best for your exams.